Good morning. Welcome to the RC Racing TV coverage for Friday from the IFMAR Electric Touring Car Worlds in Gubbio, Italy. We're bringing you this live coverage of the end of qualifying from Gubbio today, in conjunction with our event sponsors, X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sun Pedal, Hobbywing and Tony Sport. Just seeing the end of practice. It was a slightly extended practice after some rain at the end of yesterday. Track is, or weather is dry here, but track is still quite slick. Extended out practice just to give the opportunity to lay down a little bit more traction. In case you're wondering what's going on with qualifying 4, or for modified class, or for the open class, what they're going to do is they're going to run qualifying 5 for every class. They're then going to rerun qualifying 4 for modified. They're then going to run qualifying 6 for every class. So that's the aim, is to get all of qualifying done. So rerun of complete qualifying 4 on new tyres will be due to take place after qualifying 5. It'll be a slightly compressed round because we haven't got to run stock. They completed Q4. Haven't got to rerun formula. They completed Q4 okay. So bit of a mixed up time schedule today. So they're going to try and get through that. Forecast for today is pretty similar to yesterday. There's possibly some rain forecast late afternoon, maybe a bit later than yesterday. Looks bright and clear at the moment. It did yesterday until about 15 minutes really before the rain came in. So we're just waiting for the first heat of formula to be released out onto circuit. Just going to hear from one of our sponsors now. You can see there one of the Monaco RC waterproof towels, one of those very generously given to all of the drivers as part of the welcoming pack into the race meeting. I think they got a fair bit of use yesterday as well.
Also some bearing oil.
Yes, bearing oil to some of the drivers. So they were kind of making car-specific welcome boxes up for people. So, yeah, depending on what car they ran, they got a useful accessory, whether that be wing buttons or body height stops. So all useful accessories that you can find on the Monaco site.
It's the first time we've seen that, I'm sure. At least at EC.
Yeah, it's always nice to see them offering out a pack of items that are useful for the racers. Just waiting for the first heat of formula to be released out onto circuit.
12 racers in this one.
Very slight.
They've already compressed.
We'll get the timing updated at the side of the screen once everything's ready to go. So, very small delay. All the drivers up on the roster, and we're just waiting to get the marshals out. Couple of heats of formula, followed by 3 heats of stock. And then we have got 6 heats of modified to run. In terms of overall results, currently we have a 3-way tie in formula, 3 quick drivers towards the front of the pack. David Erbar, having taken 2 rounds so far, so he's on 0. Andreas Stiebler, who took a round win and also has a second in round. as has Luke Lee as well. In terms of overall results, if 6 complete rounds get done, then the best 3 are going to count. If it is best, if 5 are complete, then it's also best 3. If 4 are complete, then it drops down to best 2. Well, we've already completed 4, so we know at the very least we've got that done for both stock and for formula. We've only got 3 rounds for modified, but it looks like we're going to get a 4th one in the books really within this round. Not anticipating anything coming in this morning, so it should be a full 3 rounds to count for everybody. So if David Urbar can take this one, then he is looking very good for a front row start. Well, he's definitely got a front row start. He's looking very good for overall TQ because he will have 3 round wins. And in fact, yes, he will have sealed it because Andreas and Luke haven't with 3 round wins, and nobody else could achieve in that one remaining round to come another round win. So David Urbar takes this. He will have sealed TQ if he gets this round. Andreas or Luke need to win this one to take it into the last round of qualifying. Not sure exactly what the delay is. So yeah, Q4 for Open is going to be rerun. The whole of Q4. That was a new tyre run as specified, so that's going to rerun after Q5 has taken place, just for the Open class. So there'll be 6 runs in that round rather than 11. So just hearing a call for 5-minute delay. Okay, so 5-minute delay. So if any of you have any questions, want to know anything, please feel free. Meanwhile, we're going to hear from another of our event sponsors. Okay, so just having a look at the range of MR33 diff oils available from Tony Sport. Well, diff oils and shock oils. Suspect they'll be quite heavily in use today as drivers tuning for the lower traction conditions. Having said that there was a 5-minute delay, they've now released the cars out onto the circuit, which just trying to understand exactly what's going on there. Potentially, yep. So, yeah, potentially running slightly behind schedule, but looks like they're giving everybody a warm-up lap round to the line. These Formula cars, 21.5 turn powered with a 2S LiPo. Speed controllers run in blinky mode. Car's definitely doing more than 1 lap. And traction looking a little lacking out there. These rear-wheel drive cars. A little bit loose, quite leery. See, really struggling to lay the power down, though these cars have got differentials, majority of them running ball differentials in the rear of the car by 2 friction plates against a series of balls. So as you rotate one of the plates, it spins the ball within the differential and the other plate spins round. Gear diffs also available. Get more positive drive off of the corner that way. You have 0 slip, which you do in a ball diff, even if it's a microscopic amount, but gear diffs are heavier, and certainly in a pan car, as these Formula cars are, you really don't want weight over the rear axle if you can avoid it. So it makes the car snap into oversteer a little bit worse on the exit of the corner.
They spin every corner. They even spin, some guys even spin on mid straight.
That's not good.
So yeah, it's getting better, but
Just trying to establish what's going on, because the timing doesn't appear to be running for these drivers yet. Marshals aren't out there, but a little confused as to why they're driving. I mean, this is the first heat and they're scheduled to go straight off. They're doing too many warm-up laps. There'd be too much going on, or they'd be using up too much battery. A couple of warm-up laps, okay, but they're going too far into the run here, so we're trying to establish what is going on exactly.
yes, but it was also in the stage report that Sunday can be used.
Just having a look and seeing if there's a later time schedule that's been published. Okay, so right, we're now showing that they are running another round of practice according to the updated schedule. So Q5 is now scheduled to start at 11 AM. So we've got another round of practice appearing by the looks of it. So sorry about that. That's obviously a fairly late call. This is another round of practice that is running till 11 AM. And we're then going to go through Q5. We are going to go after that. We have around a 20-minute break after Q5 into the beginning, or back into Q4 for mod. Then about a 15-minute break into Q6, scheduled to finish at about 3:15 this afternoon. So this is still practice that's running. So I believe we're probably going to drop off of mic and just leave a little bit, leave the camera fixed and locked off for open practice while that's running. It's in heat order, so you'll have the opportunity to see what's going on. Timing for it. Yeah, ignore the timing in the top right on the screen. That's not the drivers that are running. So this is another practice session. So that slipped in very, very late into the schedule. Up until, 10 minutes ago, there was no further practice scheduled. There was just one round of practice. So they've obviously dropped another one in on that fairly late on. So we're going to drop off microphone now. But we'll leave the ambient microphone on so you can hear the sounds of what's going on. And we will be back on air providing commentary to you later on.
capire chi chiamava.
Friends, the manager with the timekeeping room, thank you. 1 minute to drive. Seconds to drive. All guys repeat there.
La quarta. Il pelo io ho dentro.
Ah, è vero, scusa, cazzo, scusa, te l'ho detto che io, due cose non riesco a farle,
Andiamo a usare il treno di nuovo, che tutti avevano usato la stessa rack. Ah, ma c'è gente che si è fermata. Stesso discorso. Devono usare la macchina dopo, si sono fermati. Cazzo loro non partono, che discorsi sono? Come dice Uga, è una gara stata organizzata per far cassa e basta, o adesso poi non ti vado a prendere più, ti ho già preso 2 volte, che ti sei piantato lì sotto. Come andava la gara? Io non ci capivo niente di dove dovevo passare, c'era della gente che mi sverniciava da tutte le parti ma non capivo niente da dove cazzo devo passare. Adesso sono ancora libere.
Secondo me sì, perché non ancora libero.
Che senso abbia a fare? Sinceramente. Che senso
Cioè,
ha?
secondo me per ora siamo avanti, abbiamo davanti tutto il tempo. Per me intanto hanno fatto bene a fare un altro giro di prove libere, poi dopo,
Indubbiamente.
poi dopo vediamo fra un'ora. Però sì, questa pista qui si è bagnata bene e sfogarsi non è che mica.
Piegarsi, rigomarsi, c'è tutta questa procedura davanti.
Forse se gli davano un giro di zucchero acceleravano i tempi.
Quello so che non posso,
Lo so.
perché il mondiale ha detto che non la vuole. Però comunque sia. Io dico solo una cosa. Secondo me l'errore principale è stato anticipare il tutto, cavando le libere e tutto quanto. Perché? Perché così adesso ci siamo trovati nelle qualifiche a fare le qualifiche in una condizione di metà a metà, quando invece potevi fare le qualifiche partendo da oggi che partivi in questa condizione e le andavi a finire. Sarò stupido, ma secondo me questa era la mia idea.
Loro hanno avuto troppa paura della pioggia e cioè, non abbiamo avuto tempo per provare.
Tempo per provare zero, cioè 4 run cosa provi?
L'altro round non fai tempo neanche.
Poi che quelli che vanno forte vanno sempre forte, quello è un altro discorso,
Però avevo provato ad andare su senza additivo ma proprio non stava dritto.
Cambia un cazzo, io sono giù con una senza e con una con, non cambiava niente. Non mandi in temperatura la gomma, quindi sei già spizzo. L'additivo tanto con l'acqua quando hai fatto il primo curvone si è già pulito.
E poi non vorrei che questo stai
Prova, fa. All cards will be played. All cards will be played.
Après, le résultat, il y a derrière le bras. Ça glisse quand même. Moins, c'est très bien.
Pourquoi ils ont pas mis la calife là? Là, il peut avoir l'avantage que j'avais là. Il peut avoir l'avantage que j'avais. Ouais, mais je pense que là, ça c'est égal à par exemple quand
En fait, ils sont ralentis, c'est un entretien. Dès qu'ils accélèrent un peu, regarde. Là, regarde, ils roulent pas plus vite que vous, là. Ils sont en mode, ils roulent bien. 70.
il roule à combien là? En combien? Non mais en combien?
En pas assez vite.
Il roulait 12 sur la question.
Il est en mode, ça roule bien en ralenti. Non, ça glisse. C'est censé quand même avoir un moteur 2 fois moins puissant. En puissance pure. Ouais, non, mais là, ça glisse, ça va bien. Là, ils sont des jeux. Allez, là, hop. Là, ils s'arrêtent. Non, les conduits, ça peut en partir, comme des trucs là-haut. C'est le meilleur, non? Ah non, c'est la deuxième fois. C'est pas encore celle-là. Ça finit à 40. La dernière part là. Elles sont peut-être un petit peu en retard. Genre 2-3 minutes. Il y a 20 minutes de battement avant de reprendre un peu. Enfin 20 minutes, 15 minutes.
Seulement il faut trouver la Dio.
Avec la carte.
Non lo fa più.
Donc ça glisse.
Non mais que ici. Il n'y a que là que ça glisse.
C'est vous qui faites ça?
Ouais, dans le coup. Après c'est run pole.
Bam! Calé!
Et aussi c'est Hackberg. Même run pole, pour dire même run pole qui fait du TK 8ème il a du mal.
C'est pas facile.
Ah mais c'est un 8ème, il n'y a pas
Forcément une
d'aide.
bonne référence.
Ouais mais il n'y a pas d'aide.
Il n'y a pas, il n'y a pas.
Quindi va bene.
Moi j'aime bien cette invite sur la pluie. C'est rigolo. Il y en a qui aiment pas. J'irais bien mais il y a des voyages qui m'appellent. Moi c'est la motivation qui m'appelle d'y aller. J'ai un peu mal au dos. Je vais te changer les ressors, mais sinon c'est les trucs.
Là ça va tout comme
Et on va juste adoucir l'accélération sur les variables.
je sais pas.
Je sais pas, je vais faire quoi?
Mais moi c'est un stade ça va.
Mais en stock à l'accélération, t'as de la puissance. Pareil, pareil. T'as pas, les modes n'ont pas beaucoup de puissance au départ, là. Ils ont moins de coupe de coup. C'est la puissance après qui perd. Tu sais changer tes réglages de la radio? En cours, non? À 6 mètres. Ouais, non, mais sur les gars, c'est variable. À 50, en fait,
fait, ce qu'il faut à la radio, c'est quand même savoir changer son débattement, sans regarder, changer son freinage, sans regarder, et pouvoir baisser son EPA gaz, quoi. Genre en préprogrammé ou un bouton, quoi. Comme ça, en fait, tu pars avec ce que tu as envie et tu descends de 20. Parce que ça peut te sauver. Hein. Tu sais, ah putain, oui, c'est sûr, ils me mettent un peu, mais je suis mieux tranquille partout et je l'ai pourri. De toute manière, quand il y a un trou, il y en a trop. Hein.
Ah, Rémi, il est plus rapide que. Et de long. Hein.
Ouais, mais non, il est pas.
Ah, mais
Il aime bien.
Ah oui, il est là. Ah oui, enfin. Tout à l'heure, quand l'essayage sur la pluie, il a gagné. Il est pas mauvais de la pluie.
Allez.
Booster de virage.
Après, il y a un micro qui est sorti.
Moi, ce qui me plaît, c'est qu'en fait, comme le temps est beau là, c'est pas trop catastrophique. En fait, la température globale redescend pas vraiment. Parce que hier, le vent était chaud. Parce que la météo, là, c'était pas trop bien. Ça me semble degrés. Là, ça a changé, mais ça, si t'arrives et qu'il y a 10 degrés de moins sur la journée, c'est pas la même. Hein. Et ton rendre de pluie de la veille, il est pas valide. Hein. Les 10 degrés de moins.
Oui, mais en fait, t'as pas l'impression que
Elle est mouillée.
ça sèche, c'est bien plus fort. Même le moteur, c'est pas mieux. Ah, dommage. Ouais, mais c'est joli. Ça peut dire, mais... Fabrique,
Non, c'est pas vrai. C'est l'idée la TV, c'est un peu plus.
là, il a pas mis les bleus. C'est quand même de ça.
Ouais.
Sur l'arrière. Et encore, il décompose vachement. Hein. En fait, normalement, tu es censé tenir, avoir ton filet et tout, mais j'ai l'impression qu'il lâche tout parce que ça veut pas, et que le peu que tu remets, ça veut pas non plus. Quoi.
En fait, ça prend pas et sur la CRT, ça dit c'est pas évident.
Il y en a une.
Oh le con.
Voilà.
Il rentre au stand, donc il va venir.
Tu casses pas tout.
Alors, non, mais finalement, je change pas les règles. Non. Je vais jamais dire un sort que c'est. Bon. T'étais pas mal dans les virages sur le glisse. C'est juste l'accélération. On va changer ça. T'as qu'à aller chercher un gaz. Il y a juste ça qui est. Ouais, non, la glisse est pas trop. Il est. Tu vas avoir des bons. Regarde, c'est tellement rapide alors que c'était lent ici en fait. Pourquoi je m'approche? En tout cas, c'est G.
Tak jak on zabierze coś tam, no to na wam się wreszcie na Bruno,
C'est Bruno. C'est un clutch.
Oh, il y a du soleil. Non. Ah non. Ah merde.
Allez.
Là tu vas voir, il va taper comment. Ah.
Δεν είναι ο Μπρούνο αυτός. Δεν είναι αυτός ο Μπρούνο εδώ.
Ποιος είναι?
Δεν έχει βγει ο Μπρούνο. Δεν παίζει. Πάρε λίγο Μάρκ. Κοίτα εδώ Μάρκ, πάρ' τον.
Ακόμα δεν έχει στεγνώσει. Τώρα αρχίζει και σκέφτεται να...
Ho capito, ma non so se ce la penso.
20 seconds right. All cars will be cleared. Track is open.
Okay, welcome back here to RC Racing TV's coverage of the IFMAR 2022 EC World Championships from Gubbio. If you're wondering why there's no track action as yet, you saw yesterday we had a pretty heavy rain shower. Just waiting for the track to dry out. We've had a couple of rounds of free practice so far this morning. Still looks very, very slick out there. You can maybe hear in the background the host club just out there with a leaf blower trying to get as much moisture as they can out of the circuit and see what we can do. Just had Chris Hardesty walk in now, so he may well have a bit of an update for us. So, hello Chris, what's the score?
Oh no, I've just come in. I just wanted to spend some time in the penthouse.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Get comfy.
So. Obviously, we can see that the track is as slippy as if it was raining.
Yes.
Well, not quite, but if you look at the times, obviously, they would be smaller.
The lap times would suggest this would be declared a wet track still.
If you didn't look out the window at the brilliant sunshine and you were just looking at the monitor, you would go, it's got to be raining.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you use anyone not following and just listening or just following on my RCM, yes, the lap times will appear slower. But at the moment, as you can see, on the straight, the sun is kind of drying half of it, but that's not actually the sun, that's the wind.
Okay.
That's the local intel, so it's not going to go back to the conditions we had yesterday until we see that grey everywhere.
How long do they think that's likely to take, the local intel? Have they given an indication?
From their experience, from totally wet, the sun comes out, the wind gets up, the track is normally ready within 3 hours.
Okay, so...
But we've been here.
3 hours.
3 hours.
Okay, so what's the options? Another round of practice to let to further let it dry?
I'm sure it's being discussed downstairs. I'm not sure what the outcome is going to be. But if we get into this territory, we're going to start at time. You're never going to get it back. So we're starting to look at, right, okay, so what are the options for finals, the weekend? So it may involve having to, I don't know, reduce the number of qualifying rounds that qualify.
Okay. So in that event, 6 rounds complete is 3 to count, as is 5 rounds.
Yep. So
we've already hit. Well, we've hit 4 rounds, which is 2 to count. We've hit that for spec. We've hit that for formula. We haven't yet hit that for.
Yeah, that's the tricky bit.
For open, have we?
That's the tricky bit.
So what's the priority then? Is once the track's dry, get that round of open finished so that you've got 4 complete rounds in the books?
We need to try and secure the track to stabilise as much as we can, so they've got equal conditions. I don't think we'll ever get equal conditions to yesterday yet.
It's more about equal conditions for all the drivers in that run, because at the moment,
and we're not naive enough to suggest that it's going to be exactly the same from the first lap of the first heat to the last lap of the last heat.
No, I mean there's 6 heats after all.
Always going to be an improving situation throughout that run.
Okay.
So you've still got that slight unfair advantage for the guys that go out later.
You're just looking to minimise that
as much as possible.
Yeah, and less of an issue, I guess, in Formula with 2 heats, and even Spec with 3 heats. There's going to be less variance in the track between the first and the last run. But,
hopefully not.
Well, with 6.
But this is evolving. I mean, as we're talking, the grey is appearing.
There's more and more and more of it.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the sun isn't going to get into this corner, which is where everyone slides off.
Yes, so that's sort of directly underneath our position in the penthouse, as Chris has described it, just under the race control building. Well, that is providing the shade on the track.
Yeah, I mean, the home crew are doing everything they can to improve the track conditions. They're out there with the blower, of course.
Oh, they're working fantastically hard to get everything sorted. There are some Formula cars just lining up. Let me just check the. Let me just check the time schedule.
Well, the race director is armed. He has his flag. Yes.
I'm just checking the time schedule.
I love that job, incidentally. I like that job, especially when I've got a stick.
No, there's no further updates to the time schedule as yet that's been published. It's still showing as 11 o'clock, and there are cars in the pit lane.
In that case, they're going for it.
There's racers out. So.
Marshals are out.
Racers are out, marshals are out. They're going to give it a go. So it looks like we might be about to go live.
Now let's see if Nyote leaves footprints from the grass. Even the grass is drier. Yeah.
Yeah. So grass looks dry. So it looks like they're set to go with qualifying round number 5. So in case you're wondering what happened to qualifying 4 yesterday, they're scheduled to rerun modified Q4 or open class Q4, and that is scheduled to take place after this complete round 5.
So yeah, that's a kind of an important rerun. So hopefully the track will have stabilised by then.
Yeah, the timing's updated, so they're doing it.
Okay, so yeah. So again, if you are just joining us here, then welcome to you on our RC Racing TV coverage from Friday at the IFMAR 1/10th Touring Car World Championships. All set to go live for qualifying round number 5. Thank you to our event sponsors, X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sunpadao, Hobbywing and Tony Sport. Just waiting for cars to be released out onto the circuit. 1 minute until the start, so it looks like they are going to go live.
Going to do sponsor advert.
Going to cut and hear from one of our sponsors. Okay, just seeing details of the Monaco RC Diff Check Plus. We can tell you now your diffs are always going to be too thick in these conditions. You want that diff as thin as you can possibly get, as much traction as you can handle coming off the corner. You want bull diffs as well. We're the only class this weekend running bull diffs. Well, someone might be running a bull diff in a touring car if they've gone back 15 years or so. Bit of a throwback. Michael Freeble set to lead away then. Michael, well, okay. Okay, so Thomas Sovar actually leads away. Michael Freeble does a donut off the line. And they head off down the main straight. So down here, this part of the track is actually, it looks like there's some fairly decent traction. Although Michael Freeble's just done a donut again.
I think I'll absent myself.
Of course, so thank you for the update, Chris. So thank you there from Chris Hardesty, for section chairman. This is the section of the track where it looks super slick, super slippery. Let's just have a look. Thomas Sova, he's negotiated. Okay, he's back onto the dry part of the circuit now. So Sopat and Perrin, Sovat and Perrin, the two quick guys. Be Sure RC Racing and Gaming, what are some of the F1 chassis manufacturers? So we're seeing a mixture out there. X-Ray, David Urbar's running a car of his own design. Please leave. There's some Serpents out there and Infinity. There are some Mardave cars. There'll be a couple of Schumacher Icons, I believe, out there. So good mixture of manufacturers. Alexandra Perrin leading with the 9 car, or was leading with the 9 car. I believe that was the pink car you saw just spin in the back of shot. Let's see if he is 3. Yep, he's the 9 car. So if we can move back to that pink and black coloured car. There we go. That's him. See, as he tiptoes through this sort of super slippery, you can see the rear of the car light up, sliding everywhere at the moment as they try to lay the power down. So this is round by round qualifying. We're not looking for times to match yesterday. A spin there as well as he tried to get the power down for Perrin. Very, very slick out there still. Of course, these Formula cars rear wheel drive. sort of making matters worse, another donut there. So Thomas Sauva back out in front. How long have we got left? 3 minutes left of this run. Let's find our leader. He seems to have sort of got a bit of a handle on this. So leader is just coming round the 3 car of Thomas Sauva across the start-finish line, or towards the start-finish line now. And he's heading round out into the shadow. That's where it's super slick, super slippery. There we go. A nice tail slide. Managed to hang on to it as they come out onto the main straight. Still heading around towards the danger zone again. This is the point, I mean, I guess as a driver, every time you're approaching that section of the track, you probably internally clench a little and sort of only relax and breathe when you make it out onto the main straight. Just constantly trying to keep the car moving, the car rolling. You don't want to be applying too much steering lock when you get there, because if you do have any kind of push, any kind of understeer, you're just going to get huge over rotation. You can see Thomas possibly taking some cues from some of the UK drivers. You'll probably notice them trying to stay off that thick black line that's out there. That is the line where the oil is, certainly in the slick parts of the track where it is still wet. They're going to be sliding around pretty heavily and struggling quite a lot. Sauva still leading this one. You can see that slightly wide line on exit, and he's being quite deliberate there to sort of cross across that thick black line so that he is not turning or applying the throttle on any kind of slippery surface. 1 minute left to go for Thomas Sauva to try and keep it on the track. You can see cars still spinning all around him. So cars certainly not as hooked up as yesterday. Going to be interesting to see what the top heat manage, but decent run coming together for Thomas Sauva, the Czech driver, predicting an 11-lap run at the moment. Just for reference, his best run yesterday, let me just find him in the overall. Thomas Sauva, currently in 12th. His best run yesterday was a 14-lap run, so he is currently some 3 laps down, heading for a time 3 laps down, and a pretty slow one at that. In terms of lap times, best time of a 28.12. Best lap time that he managed yesterday was a 21.7. So about a third, 33%-ish slower than they were yesterday. Dale Burrs, and we're testing driver skill. Yep, we're testing, certainly testing driver skill, and yeah, that wasn't good. Sauva dropping away slightly at the end there with a mistake, and Alexander Perrin moving to the top. So slow last lap, 34. So exactly as we said, we want to be carrying the or carrying it to the end of the run. Top heat then of spec set to go. David Urbar is going to lead away from Andreas Stiebler, Luke Lee, Lucas Hock, Brian Ferreira, Alessandro Manciocci, Jitsi Medema, Christian Grenz, Pietro Lucifora, Giulio Borini, and Nicky Taylor. Again, welcome to you if you are just joining us here on our live coverage on RC Racing TV. It's the first round of qualifying being held today, and we're bringing you this coverage in conjunction with our event sponsors: X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sun Pedal, Hobbywing, and Tony Sports. Just looking at what could happen in this round, David Urbar has taken 2 rounds already. Andreas has taken 1, as has Luke Lee. So if David takes this, he will have taken 3 rounds. The best that anybody else can get will be 2. So David wins this round. David is TQ for this World Cup for Formula class, not a World Championships. You can see some of the drivers just wandering around, seeing what's going on with the track. Just going to hear from one of our event sponsors. Just seeing details of the Hobbywing G4, a few of them in use in both the Formula class and the Spec class coming up next, and also the Monaco Wrap Shield, great for travelling to international events, helping to pack your stuff away quite nicely. Team X-Ray 1001 says no tyre warmers for all classes. Yep, that's correct. So just impounded tyres. There's a controlled additive available to them, though looking at how slick the track is, not sure many of them will be wanting to run that. Everybody getting set, lining up. David Urbar going to lead away. Well, David just doing a donut before he gets to the line. Trying to figure out what he's got underneath him. So David edges away off the line around the first corner. That's brave, taking that much curb. Going to see what Luke Lee can do as well. Luke, familiar with these conditions from the UK, running in sort of wet conditions, so see if he is any more, or has any more pace. David running out in front at the minute that we're watching. Just seeing a little half spin there. Still running with David. In fact, Lucas Hock had the early hot lap out there. David, who we're running with, having a spin and sort of recovering, but super slick out there. It's the 3 car, I think, of Lucas Hock, who is he was currently fastest. He's just had a spin as well. Let's just see how it settles down after this 1 lap. Lucas Hock still leading with the 3 car. That's the green car. He's just spun, as has Luke in the background, trying to avoid him. So we'll stick with David for a couple more laps. Still predicting 11 lap runs. Bear in mind that these guys were sort of doing 15 lap runs yesterday. But the head of the field. Lucas Hock still leading this one with the green coloured car, so I think he's 1 car further back. Let's just shift the focus onto, no, that's Luke sliding into the shot. Let's run with Luke for a little bit, because he is going to kind of launch himself up the order a little bit, I would think. Seems like he's got quite hooked up. It's his spin there for David Urbar, unable to lay the power down. So Barini leading it. Giulio Barini leading this one with the 10 car. We'll see if we can spot him. Hasn't featured at any point so far during the day. But is he the blue car out there? No, it's the 3 car, 2 car, 4 car. There's the 10 car. So it's 1 car back from the car we're following. Is currently our leader. That's him. So Giulio Borini leading from Lucas Hock and Luke Lee. David Urbar running in 4th position. Remember, David needed to take this round to secure TQ. Looking like that may not happen at the moment. In fact, quite a few of these guys not necessarily going as quick as the previous heat. So let's just see Luke doing a donut in the background. So Giulio Borini looking like he may well, if he can just hang on to this, a little bit of a sideways moment there. A slide, so absolutely zero traction out there. They're just trying to keep it moving, maintain momentum. Borini just heading round. He's caught and passed an awful lot of the traffic. Still running quite nicely. He's taking quite a high line around there, not right in the middle, right in the centre of that black line. Remember, that's the oily line. If you've got any kind of moisture on the tyres at all, that is going to be super, super slick. It'll be like driving on ice. Little kind of a slide, but he's holding on to it. So Giulio Borini seems to have got his car hooked up from Lucas Hock and Luke Lee. Currently heading for a time, Giulio, some 14 seconds faster than anybody else. So one driver seeming to get some kind of traction. Clearly it's not going to be a fast run. It's going to be 4 laps slower than they managed yesterday, than anybody managed yesterday. But Jitsi Medema, I can just see kind of licking the stamp and sending it past some traffic. 30 seconds left to go. Borini, who we're running with, got a huge lead. Still heading for a time some 15 seconds quicker. Jitsi Medema picking up pace later in the run. He's heading towards the back of Luke to catch and pass him. Jitsi Medema running now in 2nd place, and he is lapping... Well, all of a sudden, he's lapping. His last lap was a 25.5. Everybody else was in the 28s. So Jitsi Medema suddenly finding a huge amount of pace towards the end of this run. He's suddenly found a little bit of confidence. I think he's just going to run out of time. So Medema comes right back at the end and gets to within about 4 seconds of Giulio Borini. But Giulio Borini takes that one. And that's all of a sudden sort of hooking up. And I mean, looking at those best laps at the end there, you see Jitsi Medema suddenly found some traction out there with his Infinity, I believe he's running. The Dutch driver managing a 25.115. So best part of 2 seconds quicker than the winner, Giulio Borini. Some suddenly traction coming to the end. So that is Formula qualifying, and let's just see what that's done to the ranking lists, because that's going to make a bit of a change to it. David Urbar still leading. Trying to see if that has any kind of impact on who can do what. So someone can still tie David, but they're going to have to go some, because there's 1 run left. They're going to have to beat the time in that 1 remaining run. They're going to have to beat the time that David set on Wednesday evening when we ran Q1. So it's technically possible for someone to beat David to TQ. However, I think it's going to be pretty unlikely. Looking at the track conditions, I don't think the track's going to be in a state where anybody can do it. Someone can match him. Technically, someone can beat him if they do a faster time. Realistically, that's kind of unlikely, but might be absolute. Yeah, might be possible. stock class coming up next. Just going to hear from one of our sponsors. Details there of the MR33 tweak stick and tweak bar. Definitely useful in these kind of conditions. You absolutely want a straight car when you get on the throttle. You don't want it disappearing off to the left or the right. On a slick track. Available from one of our event sponsors, Tony Sport. Would also like to mention X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sumperdown and Hobbywing for helping us to bring you this RC Racing TV coverage. Here from Gubbio in Italy. Well, welcome to you if you are just joining us. Now, we've had Formula. We're supposed to be having spec out there, but just seeing referees wandering out on track. Can't see any cars out yet. They're just trying to establish exactly what's going on. Bring you some updates as soon as we get them. Can't see any drivers up there yet though, so I wonder if they're just looking at the times that the Formula cars managed and wondering whether they need to avoid that run. Okay, so I think there's going to be a pause now in the action to let the track dry further. They may elect to rerun that Formula class. Let's just see if there's an updated schedule that's been posted that we can bring you. So not as yet. Can't see anything decided as yet, but certainly no track action. Just heard something about a bit of a delay. We're just going to wait and find out what we can. Certainly seeing a gathering of drivers out there, some kind of track inspection going on. So people out on the track. Just very, very slightly to the right of shot that you can see at the moment. Bit of a meeting going on there at the minute. So we will update you as soon as we have anything more definitive as to what's going on. Just checking the time schedule again, see if there's any further updates for it. Still showing on time. Kai Nugas says a few leaf blowers could help. Yep, they've tried that. They have been out there with a leaf blower before the Formula class just ran. But they are still struggling, certainly in the shaded area that you can see sort of centre left of the camera shot at the minute. Still pretty slick out there. So certainly a bit of a driver's meeting going on out on the circuit. A few people stood on the circuit doing the traditional slide your shoe across it, see how much traction there is. time schedule still advising 11:16, but we're way beyond that point now for this run. As soon as we hear anything definitive as to the length of this delay, we'll bring you that information. Drivers still out on track. Welcome to you if you are just joining us here on our coverage on RC Racing TV of the IFMAR World Championships. So hearing that there is going to be a 30-minute delay until they run spec or consider running spec. Not quite sure what's going to happen with that modified round, whether that gets not used, whether that gets rerun. Sorry, not modified. Formula round, whether that gets modified or rerun. Just waiting for confirmation that the So I believe that the restart is going to happen at 12 o'clock. Just waiting for confirmation on that. See if that's a published time schedule. Yep, it has been. So 12 o'clock is going to be the beginning of the first of the spec class. We'll try and find out what the score is with F1. We'll disappear down into the pits now briefly, see if we can find out any news, anything that's going on with that. As soon as we know more, we will let you know. So spec will be on the line at 12. We're going to come back just before that so that we can watch spec, and we will try and find out whether that round of formula is going to be counted or not. So we'll be back just before 12.
de team manager avec tout ce qui se passe. Alright, so I'm Benjamin Emira. Deux Benjamin. Là, du coup, c'est ici. On a perdu son numéro. Ils ont demandé
insomma, diamo una cosa,
Dai, adesso vado a cercare. Hai visto il fotografo Pepito? Voglio farmi fare una foto prima che gira la tua boh. No, sono qua da solo. Adesso gli vado a mettere lo zucchero dentro il motore del soffiatore, almeno gli si grippa e la smettono di asciugare la pista.
Okay, welcome back. It's now 12 o'clock. Still track drying efforts going on out there. So we had a couple of heats, or the couple of heats of the Formula WC, the World Cup. And the lap times were substantially slower than yesterday, so they decided to make some more track drying efforts for the spec class before they released them. Time schedule still showing as 12 o'clock, but we're there now. And we haven't seen any sign of drivers or anything out there on track. Still people out on track taking photos, getting pictures. Drivers sort of wandering around the track doing some inspections. So expecting an updated timetable to be published. Obviously we're here and ready and waiting. We don't know what's going to happen with that round of sort of Q5 that did run, whether they void that and decide to run later. Still trying to find out what's going on with that one. I think drivers haven't come to, or they'll need to involve the drivers on that one and within that discussion. Checking again for an update. Still showing 12 o'clock. So haven't heard anything to the contrary. Clearly we're past 12 o'clock now. Track drying efforts still taking place. I mean, got to commend the host club for it. They are doing absolutely everything they can do in order to try and prep as best they can, or try and get the track conditions as best they can. Biggest sort of problem area is the area you can see sort of centre left on your shot, which is in the shade. Again, welcome to you if you are just joining RC Racing TV's coverage of the IFMAR Electric Touring Car Worlds from 2022. If you were expecting qualifying to be running, yep, as were we. Had clearly some heavy rain overnight, and we're still waiting for the track to dry fully. Tried running first of Q5 of the Formula class. Lap times substantially slower. Seeing what looks like the Infinity drivers now making their way out onto the track for a team photo. So no danger of them starting immediately. Just waiting for a further update to the time schedule. Time schedule still showing that this was due to start at 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock local time. This event coverage here from Gubbio, being brought to you in conjunction with X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sunpadao, Hobbywing and Tony Sport. As soon as we've got any further update on the start time, we will let you know. So we're now showing as 12:15 as a time schedule. So we're going to disappear off air very briefly. and we'll be back in time for 12:15 with either the start or a further update for you.
Ciuffo che ha fatto per l'evento. Eccolo. Via. Box go. Le del Perù.
Capisco le scelte, tutti dei una volta San o Zen o Yosuke, one of the scelte before we leave, okay?
Per rendere l'idea.
Si sente ok.
What the latest time? Just a little bit more weight. Till the sun?
I think we have to wait the sun and then one practice run, I would say, and then at least then the track is a little bit clean as well.
Because it's not directly dry from the, the sun comes, it still take
I mean, even if it says it might rain at 4, but we never know. Because yesterday it also supposed to rain at 11.
Yeah, the whole day.
So, and even if it rains then, yeah, but then it's the same for everyone. If it's like water on the track, yeah, then it's for sure wet. What is the problem? Like one more practice run, if the sun comes out more, and you have to see how the track is. You cannot just say now we start and it's going to be the same thing. And then they already use the race ticket. I don't know. It's Friday. Yeah. So we have already 3 qualifying rounds done. Actually 4, just modified 3.
Vai Mirko, Mirko, Mirko!
fast ever.
people complain and they want to stop the race.
And then they're gonna draw it and they have to wait again. And then you have again the ship retired. If you rerun, what are you gonna do? You're gonna have to have them or not?
Ready for
But who is the guy who decides? Racer.
no, hell is the second one that decided.
Carlos?
No, Carlos did it.
He always said no, he's still inside.
And then, but apparently, because he tells you yes, I know. They say no. He wanted to start in 1 hour.
They already wanted to start longer ago.
I wait 1 hour.
Where is it, bastard? Impossible. But where are they now? Maybe food? Relaxing somewhere? But they don't care.
Qua devi fare le gomme per il multicondizione però. Quando vanno sull'acqua, prendono l'acqua.
But the weather doesn't help.
No. But still, you have to wait. Because I, like 1 hour ago.
We have to wait half hour and then we see how we track and then start.
You wait half an hour, make one run of even 4-minute practice. So people drive, you can then, and then you see how the track is, and then you can say, okay, now we're going to start. Yes, just quickly, bam, 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 bam. Then people see if the track is okay or not. So like this now, if I start, for sure, one heat gonna complain, the heat after better conditions. That's 100%. Then you start again, then you have to stop, then what you're gonna do with tires, you get new tires, everyone, again.
After Mr. Dallas, I think.
Yes. He would be straight, boom.
But also
He would listen.
IFMAR.
Never raised the last one.
Also exactly the same.
Yeah.
Exactly like this.
So easy normally.
The European Championship was like a track race.
Same as this.
That?
Same like this now.
This is good.
This is good?
Yes.
Which is the one counting? First or second?
I'm trying to make
I think it doesn't, if you wait 1 hour, it doesn't change. It's only better.
Yeah, it can be better. I mean, it can rain, but if it rains,
It's rain for everybody.
exactly. When the track is wet, if you have water on the track, it's the same.
It's the same for everybody.
Because everybody knows at some point we have to drive in the rain. Everybody's prepared, whatever, drive.
But if you are more prepared, it's because you are better. So it's a competition.
But
It's like in the Formula 1, rain, stop the race, stop the race. I finished
Just coming back in with a bit of an update for you here on RC Racing TV. Delay scheduled till 12:15. It's now been extended out to 12:25. So just updated that on the screen. So we'll be back in 10 minutes for you with a further update.
Hey Chris, any news? You want to know the driver's voice?
I know the driver's voice.
So, wait maybe half an hour more, get one quick run of practice, they will even 3 minutes just to see how the If it rains, then it's the same for everyone. It doesn't matter. We said yesterday it should have rained at 11.
Like typhoon.
Yes, and nothing happened until 4. So you cannot go with the weather forecast all the time. And if it rains, it rains. You can drive your train.
In fact, at this point in the meeting, that's it. If it rains until Monday morning, then everyone are in the wet.
Yeah, then the track is almost the same if it's still continuous raining.
Absolutely. Yeah.
But what is it was on Sunday actually?
No, we, sorry.
It's the nicest day for a whole weekend, so we have no rush at all to get now on the track, which is like shit. You know what happens? When you start now with qualifying 5,
That is in case of emergencies, really.
I mean, we are already on an emergency. We already skipped 3 days of practice runs, which are not nice to skip.
And also for me to make the quali the first day of practice, I have 6 friends that come from Sicily for the first time, like and they're having a track quali today, but I have prepared my car,
No.
They are super disappointed.
Yeah, for sure, no, they don't come back.
Yeah, nothing. Here is the race more like an holiday, to have fun with the student. They are always focused on car, they doesn't understand nothing what happened, what is no good also for the customer.
Yeah, they have if I would be like a privateer, like the famous say, come to race, I would go.
But, they have family, they but for sure it's the last time that they will come this kind of race. I asked your father for it, yes. In my, we are building, I think I buy from Tony. 1,200 meters of factory in the
So how big is it?
What?
The size of the bag.
I think it will be 600 meters.
You mean
The surface.
So it's 30 by 20.
Yes. I think it's good. I don't know if we need more. We have 5,000 meters of space, so we can do it.
I think 20 meters in the west is okay. Maybe just a little bit longer. You can make
we
like
can
34
go.
or whatever.
Okay.
I think it's better.
But I asked to your father, he will be our guest. If you want to come to give to us some suggestions for days to make holiday, something. To give to us some suggestion how to prepare the track, and if he needs, we build the track for practice. Before the race, we can build one more track, new for everybody. Yes.
Oh, they just sit in prayer.
We have also table. He doesn't need to read nothing. You just arrive, switch on the PC, and we race.
So now to find a hall for us in Germany or whatever is almost
Anzi, Nicola mi ha detto apriamo la pista, così girano
I
e scegliamo
don't
un
know
primo.
how is the cost to do it, yes? No, I don't know how many money we have to pay, but no problem. It's just to, not for us to make business, just to be proud to have in Sicily this kind of things. It's just this. We are not interested to make business with the race, so for sure we can find
both sides are happy.
yeah. But we want to do something super nice for everybody. Just to say, one time we guessed an EPS race, and if the people likes and we have a lot of drivers to do the race every year.
And which airport is it closest?
Catania and Palermo, 1 hour and 1 hour. They are international
Porta una
airport.
birra, porta un panino, che fanno? Porta una birra, un panino.
The temperature is
Che sei
my
pesante?
father is in the beach because usually we have in November, like I talked with your father, from November to February we have 15, 18 degrees. Yes. Nobody makes decisions.
Now they don't want to wait because if workers are there and rain, you have to finish.
You know, a lot of people doesn't like sometimes your father because your father take decisions.
Yeah,
And
that's right.
when,
Like him and
yes,
Scotty say, if you do like this,
yes,
it's like this. And most of the time, that makes sense. I mean,
yes.
they would say no.
I prefer to have someone that take decisions, sometimes good, sometimes wrong, but you have sometimes that decide.
For sure, ETS like this now, people will drive. Just drive,
Stop and drive.
clean the track, make it as good as possible.
But
Easy.
Also,
Easy.
also ENS, where it rains, off and you will say, we drive between the track, open track for 110, then open track for 180, 20 people to drive in 1 hour, we are ready to race.
Some of the lap times are good, consistent, similar to what it was before. Hey Chris, done? Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I understand.
And then nothing.
Yes, I think he has no. These people, they really make an impact. I mean, people trying to be Asian and stuff.
But why your father not decide to come in some federation to organize the race?
I think it's important. He's probably 85, but you cannot work with him. You cannot change something. These people are still in there.
We have changed the people, but now I think there are the rotations are similar, so something can change. But we have to already prepared it, so we need the Uber for electric, someone for nitro, we prepare a team, and we go to candidate, and
then we need like a driver association. You know,
yes,
every team gives one person, he goes to his team, they make a talk, and then they bring the idea and what they say to the meeting, and then they will decide. Without these people will never touch the car since 25 years.
Yes.
They have no
The
clue.
problem is
They have no idea. They don't even know how to plug in a transponder. They have no idea. So if every team just, because everybody's kind of the same. When you go through the quiz and you talk to the driver, everybody says yes, we have to wait, yes, because everybody knows how it works.
Yeah.
Just then, who have no idea, they make a decision. This is the problem. Everybody would be, if we could change something, it's driver.
everything is too old.
Too complicated.
And old. They think like 30 years ago.
The whole rule book, like 90% of this is just. I mean, now we start. Do it. And for sure, someone's gonna complain. Like,
Yes. I can. Now I have to go.
No,
I have to go also to make a speed.
but maybe you can ask.
What can anyone?
Now I try.
I think you never practice.
You should. Yeah, but But for sure someone's gonna complain that heat 1 is not as fast as heat 3, and then it starts again, and then you have more time, you lose more time. Just seeing details there of some of the Tony Sport pit equipment and transport equipment, or MR33 branded and available from Tony Sport. So some nice transport bags to keep all your wet electronics in that you've prepped. Getting set for heat number 1 of qualifying round 5 for spec. Set to go. They're being released out onto the circuit. Just having a quick look at lap times from yesterday. The quickest car in this heat, Tassos Batas, give you some kind of idea. He was lapping in about 19.3 yesterday. So this should give us some idea of what the track conditions are like once the heat started. And see if there is any more traction than the Formula heat had earlier. So plan is to restart this round of spec, this qualifying round 5. Going to run qualifying round 5 of open, then scheduled to run round 4 of open, and then finally round 6 all the way through. We still don't know what's happening with Q5 for Formula yet, whether they're going to rerun those because of the slower lap times.
Also Feuchtrennen, wobei doch, wenn du hier guckst,
Tassos Battas leads away. And almost immediately gets a nice drift on out into the pit wall. So still pretty slick out there, still pretty slippery.
Doch, das ist WM in Italien.
Just wait and see what happens as he comes round. He seems to have got the car fairly hooked up. This is, of course, the dry part of the track. It's as we come round here that he'll be a little bit tense, very slightly clenched as he comes out onto the main straight, down the main straight. What's he done? A 21.2 as an opening lap. So not now in a condition where it would be considered a wet track. It's 20% slower. At the point you'd consider it a wet track if he was doing 19s yesterday and 21s now. He's, what is he, something about 10%-ish slower rather than 20. So definitely considered dry track at this point. But still some Larry action going on beneath us, I think, with a few cars coming round. Pietro Federico with the 3 car is running in second position, a minute in. He is the yellow and orange car, just crossing the loop now, out onto the main straight. Let's see if we can pick him up somewhere as he goes down the... Oh, no, he's spun coming down the main straight. He's 1 car back from that. So there we go. That was our second place man and will continue to show in second place. But just showing you exactly how slippery it is out here. You can see now he's come off of line and had a spin or a half spin coming out onto the main straight, really struggling to get it cleaned up. Through out onto the main straight, successfully navigated that time. See a little bit of push, takes him, oh, there we go, still some instability out there and ended up faced in on the grass along with the 4 car of Matteo Pieracci.
Ist das schnell, darf ich auch mal? Ja, kannst du natürlich auch, ja. Musst nur noch 2 Gruppen, ne, 3 Gruppen musst du warten, oder?
Tassos Battas still leading this one.
Voll gut, oder?
Predicting a time in, he's sort of heading for a time around 15 seconds quicker than anybody else.
Im Lauf zu sehen, die erste Runde und jetzt die Runde, das ist schon anders. Gut, vielleicht auch, weil die Leute sich dran gewöhnen.
Nikolakov heading for a relatively quick time as well. If he can, he's heading for a 14 in 3:08. So only about 8 seconds down. Perhaps he started late because he's showing a little bit down the order, but predicting a better time. Just to give you an idea, what did we have yesterday? We had 16.307 that Tassos did yesterday. He's currently predicted for a 15 in 3:18, so he'll just sneak across. He's sort of floating around between a 15 and a 16 lap run, picking up the pace towards the end of it. Let's find Tassos again with the 2 car, because he's the one that seems to have got it kind of hooked up. He is one of the yellow cars. I think he may be the one just coming through. Yeah, he is. He's the yellow car just about to cross the line now. Just in front of the green car. Here we go. That's our leader, Tassos Battas. Flowing through, sort of carving his way through the traffic. Just keeping it sensible. He'll know he's got off to a good start. And good opportunity as well for some of these drivers in lower heats to get a good round score, round by round qualifying at the minute. 1 minute left to drive. So Tassos Battas, Greek driver, just trying to keep his car moving, maintain the momentum and get a good run in. So he's taking a slightly wider line out onto the main straight. He's avoiding that little slide there. Managed to just sort of turn out of that and recover it. Tail end of the car stepped out, but he realised it will cost him a little bit on lap time. He's got enough in his pocket. Still showing for a 15 lap run. Last lap through a little bit slower than he'd been travelling previously, just with those few slides. We've got the last few seconds, so he's made it through for his 15. He'll get that as he comes round and crosses the line. Just going for his finishing time round the bot dots. Comes round to cross the line and spins. Enters the pit lane. Tassos Batas then taking that one with the only driver to make a 15-lap run. Nikos, car 6, takes second place in that heat. So a few comments asking about sort of why the delays and why the traction, or why the issues, why they're not just letting everybody get on with it. I think that would have been possible were it completely wet. The problem is we ended up with a situation where we had a wet but drying track, and the track clearly would have got faster. They would not have had the same track conditions for all, so the later heats would have had an extra unfair advantage for everybody. So the delays were an effort to allow the track conditions to equalise and stabilise, so that everybody had in a round had an equal opportunity to set a fast time. Clearly the track isn't as quick as it was yesterday, but the aim is now to try and get themselves into some kind of position so that they're representative at least, and we've got valid round scores. Just going to hear from one of our sponsors. Okay, car 1 leading away. So Roberto Fabiano having led off and off down the main straight. So on the subject of wet tyres, there are now some wet tyres that have been made available. They arranged some of those at short notice on Wednesday, I think, once they got here and established it was going to be wet. So they are available, and looking like there's a set, at least one set for every driver that they'll be able to use if we come to a situation where it's full wet conditions. Who have we got leading this one at the moment? Attilio D'Angelo, the 5, he's the 5 car, or was the 5 car. Enzo Russoline now moving to the front with the 6 car. Let's see if we can spot him out there. He is the pink and green car. He's the last car on the main straight now. Just coming off the main straight. There we go, past some traffic. Joined up here by Luke Lee, one of the sort of Formula class front runners. So just have a chat with him. Hello, Luke. How are you? How's things going?
Oh, yeah, not going too bad. Obviously didn't get as much testing as we hoped with the bad weather. They ran a few qualifying Wednesday, so didn't get the testing we hoped. Yeah, it's going well. Okay, and what about what's going on with the current situation? Obviously, you ran Formula Q5
Have you heard what's going on with that?
They haven't said anything, so I presume that they're just going to stick with the results. Bit annoying, really, because the conditions weren't there. It was just a case of who kept it on the track, not who was the fastest. But not ideal, but that's racing, I suppose.
Okay, so that's going to put probably going to put David Urbar on pole position for you.
Yeah, David will be on pole unless some miracle either me or Andreas beat his better time. But considering it was nice and warm and dry for him, it's very unlikely.
Yeah, because he's still on his Q1 times, his fastest
Q1
time.
still
So
fastest.
that was the Wednesday evening run on there. So track sort of cooling off a little bit after
cooling
a
off
full day
and
of running.
A little bit of rain and whatever else has not helped. But so it's between me and Andreas second, which is what I'm going for now.
Okay. Any insights you can give us as a driver about like what's the track conditions like at the moment? How does it feel? I know it was a little while since you were last out, but are there any sort of precautions you're having to take? Is it any more slippery in any particular areas?
The main problem we have with the F1s and possibly the touring car as well is the nitro oil line as such, where they lay down. It's just so slippery whenever there's any water or any moisture at all. It makes it so slippery.
Okay, and I guess that's on the exit of the corner as well. That's when they're dropping all of the oil out the pipe as they're getting on the throttle.
Yeah, you can see the nice big black lines which you have to avoid with them when it's wet. You've then got the blackness of the track, and it makes it even harder to spot where the line is.
No, okay. Well, that's good. Good to hear. I mean, thanks for the update. It's obviously good to get an insight from a competitor during the event. You're running the X-Ray chassis. I think you're the sort of quickest driver running the
top X-Ray at the moment.
Top X-Ray. Any new parts on the car this weekend?
No new parts on the car. The car is as kit. A couple of things we'd like to change, we'd like to try. They've got different arms for the touring car, which at some point we'll hope makes it onto the F1. But at the moment the car is as kit, and say me and Lucas are both running the same car, same as anyone else can buy. So it's good representation for the car this weekend.
Okay, and any sort of fairly standard in terms of body shells that you're running? No difference in?
Yeah, we're running normal shells. Lucas is running the Godzo shell. I'm running the Evo race body, which are fairly standard shells. The main issue we're having is the rear wings have to be so close to the car. We're just losing all our rear downforce here.
Okay, but that's a IFMAR rule.
Yeah, it's an IFMAR rule. Yeah.
Compared to sort of normal rules that you run underneath. Okay, well, no, that's good. I mean, thanks for your insights, and good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you very much.
Still back out on track. Rousselan leading with the 6 car, Enzo Rousselan. Still running with him, I believe. Yep, still running as he comes down the straight. So that was Luke Lee, one of the Formula Class front runners. He's been floating around the top 3. Always good to get a little bit of insight from drivers, find out exactly what the track conditions are like. I mean, we can clearly see they're a little light on traction compared to earlier on in the weekend, but good to hear it from the horse's mouth as such. Just coming into the finishing times, Enzo Rousselan taking that one, managing to hook up to a 16-lap run. So track now evolving relatively quickly as the cars, as more and more cars run over it. Of course, that's helping to dry it up. The track is always going to get faster as we come into these conditions, but it was just a matter of giving a bit of a delay so as not to make it completely unrepresentative. Getting set now then for the top heat of spec. Heat number 3. Again, welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV. We're bringing you live and hopefully uninterrupted coverage of the resumption, the end of qualifying here from Gubbio in Italy for the IFMAR 1/10 Touring Car World Championships. Brought to you in conjunction with event sponsors X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sun Padao, Hobbywing and Tony Sports. Going to hear from them now. Seeing details of the new Hobbywing G-Force stock motor range there. Few of those in use in this heat. 13.5 ton motors for these spec touring cars. Blinky settings on the speed controller. Fixed timing output. Just a question, Luke Lee, about the IFMAR body rules for Formula. What was he referring to? It's the rear wing height and position relative to the rear wheel. It's reference to the rear axle for IFMAR. It just means that the rear wing has to be closer to the body shell, so they're lacking some rear downforce compared to what they're normally used to with the wing spaced further away. So body shells still off of the list as normal, but the rear wing sits closer to the back of the car. In case you're wondering what's going on there. Drivers released out onto the track. So this is the first time now that they've hit the track for a couple of hours. They'll be wanting to do relatively hot warm-up laps, just see what they've got underneath them. Simon Lauter, Alex Deshay out in front. Let's just have a quick look at the overalls to remind ourselves what the current situation is. Simon and Alex both with a or 2 round wins each. Simon having set the faster time. He's done a 17.308, and Alex has done also a 17.308. So really close between these two. Simon very, very slightly faster. We're running with him at the moment. Deshay is 1 car back from him. So you'll just see a white car in the back of shot. That's Alex Deshay. If you're just wondering what this qualifying format is, if you're just watching us and so why we're saying he's in front, he's behind when they haven't passed each other on track, it's a staggered start, so they start out 1 second apart from one another. At the moment, Deshay will be in front. You can see he's certainly less than 1 second behind Simon as they cross the line, so he's now technically in front. His clock will have started, so probably we'll see opening up in a moment Simon, so that he can allow Alex through. There's Simon's car just starting to come to him. Ollie Bultink, actually, our Euro champ. There we go. You can just see Simon opened up onto Alex Deshay. So this is the battle for potential TQ. It's not going to be decided this round. I wouldn't think now. I mean, I think Simon's got a bit of an advantage in his pocket because he's got the faster time, and I think it unlikely that track conditions we're going to get at any point today will dictate or will allow a faster time. Michael Wolf asking, have they run Q4 open? Not yet. That's going to happen after Q5. So we're running Q5 at the moment. They're doing that, and then they'll run Q4 for the open class after a short break, I believe. Seeing Adam Isay having a spin. So Deshay leading this one from Damani. So you can see now Simon Lauter, now having started a second in front, he's now able to kind of hang on to the back of Alex. Alex will be quite happy for him to be there. He knows that as long as he's in front of Simon, that he is going to beat him on the time. Just seeing who that is pulling out the way. It's one of the all orange coloured cars. That was the 9 car of Federico Barbieri. Getting out of the way. Alex Deshay still leading this one from Filippo Damani, the 13-year-old junior X-Ray driver. Simon Lauter's got himself back up into second position and looking like he may well about to be getting back on the tail, or trying to get back on the tail. You can see him just out the back of shot, 1.5 minutes left. So running through that bank sweeper, Alex Deshay. Edging away, that's quite a lot of curb there. Time he's heading for a 17-lap run, so he's now about 8 seconds off what he did. So track is definitely improving and not quite as quick as it was yesterday, but getting somewhere towards that stage. Don't forget, this is a new tyre run, I believe. So compared to some of the old tyre runs, actually they did the fastest time on Wednesday evening on used tyres in Q1. Alex Deshay leading this one now from Simon Lauter. Simon actually now having a quicker lap time. Last time around was the fastest lap of an 18.380. Of course, he'd need to catch and pass with 30 seconds left. So Deshay is catching up to some traffic. That's the green car, the 10 car, Frederick Hovgaard. He needs to catch and pass. Hovgaard gets out of his way, and oh, Simon Lauter's over and on his roof. He's back on his wheels, but let's see if that lets Damani back up in as they cross the line. Just keep an eye on what the timing's showing. So Simon just misses out. Damani does indeed pop up into second. That could be costly for Simon overall when it comes to sort of throwing away scores. Alex Deshay taking that round then, the only driver to make 17 laps. Filippo Damani and just getting second at the end. Just going to have a look at the overalls. Simon Lauter still then with a, or still leading overall. Where if we can get through, well, now we've had 5 rounds complete now. So it's going to be the best 3. As you can see, the drop score, the third score is still a 2 for both of them. So Simon will still be leading this overall. Just having a look to see whereabouts everybody else is likely to end up. So other drivers, some other drivers a bit further down the list in need of a good score. It's not fully updated yet because it's not showing us the round 5 scores counting. Enzo Rousselen still showing as being quickest. Let's see if we can get a update as to the current ranking lists. Right, okay. So yeah, Deshay's now moved to the front with 3 round wins, so he's counting 3. Simon Lauter sitting second. So if Simon takes the last round, Simon will be on pole because he's got a faster time in his pocket already. So effectively, that's what Simon needs to do. Simon knows what he needs to do. Adam Isay currently sitting in 3rd position. So that one will present itself. So we're about to run Q5 of Modified, of the Open class, next. After that, we're going to have, once Q5's done, a break of, I believe it's going to be around 20-25 minutes, something like that. And then we'll come back and run qualifying 4 of Spec. So it's a little bit of time travel going on so that we can do that, but that's as a result of events yesterday. Just going to hear from one of our sponsors. Just seeing the Monaco RC Diff Check Plus. So very, very useful today. You'll be wanting to run a slightly thinner diff in the rear of your car. So help you hook up that extra traction. Spec heading out. Just looking, comments from Team X-Ray 1001. Maxler is a little off the boil this weekend. Yeah, he's towards the back end of the A final. I think we saw him in 9th. I think it's just he's looking after the rest of the drivers and trying to put a bit of focus on them as well as his own results. So more just a function of exactly how busy he is. Florian Wilhelm leading this lot away. Andy Kuna started second. He's just had a spin out the back of the shot and dropped down the field. Julian Yost running in 3rd position. You can see a mistake there coming out onto the pit lane. So Alexander Johansson leading this one with the 6 car. Julian Yost in front on the track. Let's just see if we can pick up the 6 car out there. He is the white front, blue centre, red rear car. He's just going through the sweeper. There we go, that's him. That's our 6 car down in towards the out towards the main straight. Just have a look. This is still a really super slippery, super slick part of the circuit. Drivers gaining more confidence every time they come through. Down to 17.8 best lap time for. In fact, this is Alexander Johansson we're running with. It's his brother Andreas. I believe it's his brother. The Swedish pair who they're both in the top 3 at the moment. Julian Yost separating the pair of them. Let's see if we can spot the 5 car. In fact, the 5 car's 1 car back. So the pair of them, there we go. Started out a second apart. And a little bit wide there as they went sort of through the fast sweep. Managed to pull it back online. But going to drop Johansson a little bit down the order. For any Haswell watchers, Mike is actually up and running in this heat. So he believe he's had some spare parts arrive and managed to put them on his car. So he's doing his first laps of the weekend. And still heading round with car 6 at the moment. Alexander Johansson having dropped a little bit down the field. Andreas Kutras with the 3 car now leading. He is the white and pink coloured car just coming out onto the main straight. There's 2 cars together. We'll see if we can pick up Andreas Kutras this time round. He's just about to cross the start-finish line now. The white and pink coloured car just out onto the main straight. So this is our leader, Kutras. Sorry, Johansson, father and son, not brothers. So just been corrected on that one. Past traffic. Andreas Kutras and Florian Wilhelm are actually right together, so that's the spin from Florian and from Kutras. They Kutras collected Florian's accident. That's very unfortunate the way that one panned out. Florian Wilhelm had a spin, and Kutras that close behind creamed into the wreckage effectively and came off far worse. He straightened up Florian Wilhelm's car and ended up parked on the grass himself. Let's just see, he's had the pace in his car. So Kutras now back to the front by about 0.3 of a second. He's lapping sort of comfortably quicker than everybody else. He hasn't got the fastest lap, that's Andreas Johansson. Just seen a little bit of a coming together out in the middle of the circuit as well. Just wants to keep that car rolling. Andreas Kutras down in 2nd position, moving a little slowly, was he? Has he broken the car? Or no, I think that was just a little bit of dirt on the tyres. firing through the infield. Haswell getting out of Koutras's way. And Mike Haswell has retired from the run by the looks of things. Koutras still running in second place to Andreas Johansson. Johansson finishes. Let's just see what Koutras does as his final lap. See if it's quick enough to jump him. No, it's not. So Andreas Johansson takes that from Andreas Koutras and Alexander Johansson right at the end. That is Q. Oh, heat number 2 done. Oh, sorry, heat number 1 done. So heat number 2 coming up. We're going to hear from one of our sponsors. In the MR33 car stand and other pit equipment available from Tony Sport. Good for helping to set up your car, make sure it's still straight. Orlando asking when is final tomorrow. They're going to have a look at the schedule once qualifying is completed. I think the main aim is to get qualifying done and out of the way. Then we'll have a look and see what the schedules are and the forecasts are for later on. But main focus is getting qualifying done and sealed. So we're going to have the end of Q5 that we're currently watching. We're then going to rerun Q4 of Open after about a 20-25 minute break, and then we've got one complete round of Q6 is the plan. Dimitrios Yanidis with the Fuchsia car tries to lead away but struggles getting the power down. Simone De Latavio's passed him before they've even got round the first lap. Already a second to the good. Running with the orange car of Simone De Latavio at the moment. Getting a Cypriot watcher saying good afternoon from Cyprus. Hello. Good to see viewers from around the world joining us. Give us a shout if you're running. And a loop round there, you can see just really struggling. The track is, they're able to do a quick lap time, but they've just not got the confidence that they had in the rear end of the cars. A little bit too much power application and still round it goes. So still a little bit light on traction in comparison to yesterday. 4 minutes left of this run. Tim Coleman leading with the 3 car. He is the white and blue coloured car. He's just coming around across the line now, off down the main straight. Here we go. This is our leader, Tim Coleman. Through that bank sweeper. Let's see what line he takes. He manages to get it stopped. And again, around those bot dots. managing to kind of keep it hooked up. This is the section of the track that's still super slippery. You can see him being a little bit careful as he turns in. Hello from south of Brazil, from Sarnet. Hello from South Africa, from Wilkin Racing Products. Tim Coleman still leading this one, the white and blue car that we've got in the centre of the shot. You can see there the struggling, that was quite a good recovery. That's going to be a slower lap from Tim Coleman as he comes across. Previous best lap was an 18.0. That was an 18.7. So despite doing a complete donut on the track, it only cost him 0.7 of a second. I think he committed to the spin and stayed in it. Cost him some time, but back to an 18.2, so not that costly. Cost him something in the region of half a second. Tim Coleman, nice clear track in front of him, exactly what you want. You don't really want to be catching traffic. There's some speed in the track now, not as quick as it was, but the line is going to be very, very narrow, the clean line. You don't want to be going offline either to pass or to be passed. Of course, you're compelled to get out of the way if a slower car, or if you're driving a slower car, if a faster car's catching you, you're compelled to get out of the way. But you want to be picking and choosing where you do that. Now, someone coming up pretty quick. In fact, Coleman dives out of the way. He realises that he's on a decent run himself. That's the 5 car. Who's that? That's a recovering Simone D'Ottavio. What was his last lap? That was an 18.0. Tim Coleman with a 20-second lap. And Daniele Pacini now leading with a 17.8. So he's found some pace with the 6 car. Try and pick out the 6 car. The 6 car is the white and greeny bluey orange car. He was about to head out onto the main straight, but he disappeared out of eye line into or underneath our window here in race control and didn't reappear, and I heard the sound of Lexan twixt tarmac. I'm assuming that was him that's heading down. That's going to be a slow lap. Saying good afternoon from Finland. It's Pekko Ivanen's mother, by the looks of things. D'Ottavio now leading this one with the 5 car. He is the all-orange coloured car out there. What have we got left of the run? 30 seconds of the run left. I've just seen him drop down the field. Seems like no one wants to lead this one particularly. Let's just see if we can get the 5 car. We've got the 5 car there. D'Ottavio in 2nd position. Coleman now leading. We'll stick with D'Ottavio. Tim Coleman taking that one from John Dukashis. Tim Coleman taking that one in the end then. Getting set for heat number 3. Going to hear from one of our sponsors. Seeing the MR33 tool stand and tool range available there, so good for keeping your pit table super organised if you suffer from pit table OCD. Heat number 3 of modified set to run. Harley Eldridge is going to lead away from Michele Manzo, Remy Callens, Jonathan Gandin, Matthias Knopp, Benjamin Jabira, Carl Frederick Grössel, Thomas Vigneron, Dai Sakaguchi, and Pekko Ivanen. So Taya will be watching, no doubt. .30 seconds until the start of the run. Lawrence Winter says hello from a trackless Dubai. Hello, Lawrence. Again, good to see viewers from all over the world joining us. Harley's got away well. Michele is chasing her down.
Mark Stiles has a question for you.
Mark Stiles asking if I have pit table OCD. No, I have CDO. It's in the correct alphabetical order.
Compulsion of disorder, obsession.
Harley still heading round at the front. I think Michele possibly in front on the... Yes, Michele is within the 1 second split. So he'll be looking to close her down, find a nice little gap to slip through. Not quite managing to get there at the minute. These two have made a bit of a break for it. So Harley with the white car leading on the track. Michele 1 car back, the orange coloured car. If we can move the focus to him as he tries to chase down Harley. And Harley opens up and lets him slip through. Michele Manzo now in front. So Michele in front on the track and on the clock as well. Now the two cars running side by side. We want to be careful not to hold each other up unnecessarily. Jonathan Gandin, see that's a bit of an opportunity. Michele running quite nicely. Front two definitely made a break for it. They are lapping, well, Michele's got a 16.8 fastest lap, 17.3 for Harley. In fact, Harley's dropped down a position. Harley still currently running in second, but I think Carl Frederick Grössel might have just jumped her. Michele Manzo we're running with. Harley now falling away. Let's see if she's dropping down the order at all. Still running in second position. Matthias Knopp, though, possibly predicting the time very, very similar with the 3 car. Let's see if we can find Matthias out there. So the 3 car is the orange car crossing the line now. He's the first of the 2 orange cars that will just be heading out down the main straight. There we go. That is the 3 car of Matthias Knopp, now running in second position in the heat. Carving his way through the traffic, carving his way through the field. Michele Manzo running out in front of the heat. Matthias Knopp, who we're running with, running in second position. Manzo still leading this one by around 6 seconds at the moment. So good time coming up from Michele, predicting a time. It's going to be around 5 seconds quicker at the end. So Matthias has got some good lap speed in his car. The pair of them lapping around 8 tenths quicker than Harley at the minute. Michele with the 2 car, he's another orange car. He's just coming out onto the main straight now. Let's see if we can pick him up as our leader. There we go, that's Michele Manzo. Excellent work from Zach there, just picking him up straight away. This our leader, Michele Manzo. Last 25 seconds. This heat number 3 of 6 for the spec class. We're then going to have a short break, so 20 odd minutes or so. Then back to run Q4 of spec and of open, sorry. And then once that's done, we'll be back for Q6. Get everything complete for the day. Michele Manzo's going to take that one then from Matthias Knopp. So 18 lap runs for Manzo and Knopp. Harley just missing out by a sliver. Right at the end of that one. Gerardo says hello from Valladolid. Valladolid. Okay, Lawrence Winter says fantastic to have coverage and commentary. Thanks to sponsors and team. It's our pleasure to bring you the coverage. We are RC Racing TV, bringing you coverage from Gubbio in Italy of the IFMAR 1/10 Touring Car World Championships in conjunction with sponsors X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sumperdau, Hobbywing and Tony Sport. Gonna hear from one of them right now. Seeing about the Hobbywing G4 range. G4, of course, the new spec class motor from Hobbywing. G3R, the modified motor still of choice. Track open now for Q4. Getting hello from Hong Kong and hello from Hawaii. Very international mix we've got going on out there. Who are we going to have contesting this heat? We've got Dominic Queck from Singapore, Mattis Bentin, Sota Goto, Nicola Marone, Loic Jasmine, Ryusuke Yamamoto, Cyril Ndaye, Jin Sawada, Gabriele Baselli and Mate Salk. Cars just coming around, forming up to the line. Dominic Queck leading away at the front of this field. Mattis Benetton running in second position. Running with Dominic Queck now on screen. Nicola Moroni, Mr. Hot Race, providing all the tyres this weekend. Moves himself to the front of the pack after the opening lap. Just let it settle down. We'll run with Dominic just for a couple of laps till we get an idea of what the overall order is. Probably give it one more lap. Tsushihara just saying hello, joining us. I think Chris Hardisty's just joining us as well. We got a bit of an update from Chris.
No, I just came up to say hello to Atsushi.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you came up to say hello to Atsushi. Yeah, we're getting people from all around the world watching us, so very, very good. People asking how often Worlds are held. Typically every 2 years. The last TC Worlds was 2018 in South Africa. Was COVID delayed by a couple of years, but now sort of back on schedule. So next one due in 2024, I believe.
Absolutely. In USA.
It's a Raw event, isn't it?
A Raw event, so it needn't be just the USA.
Canada.
Yep.
Mexico?
No, I think they're in FAMAR.
They're in FAMAR, yeah.
Hey, don't quote me. I need to check on that.
Yeah, that was me. I was looking to you for guidance, and you were looking sort of blankly back at me, thinking, please don't ask me that. Please don't ask me that.
I'll look it up for you later.
So, okay.
Yeah. No. I've just been just on my way checking on things, and it's the grub looks reasonable now.
It's starting. I don't think it's as quick as it has been, but it's representative.
At the start of this, I've been in the stats. So at the start of this, they kind of looked a lap down on the performance, and the last runner was kind of 10 seconds down on the performance. So we'll see in the top heat, see what they can do.
They can get a representative run out there. We want to be picking up the 9 car of Nicola Marone if we can find him. 9 car, he's the all blue coloured car. He's just crossing round the loop onto the main straight now. There we go, we've picked him up on screen. So Nicola, Mr. Hot Race, our leader. In fairness, we've not heard any negative comments about tyres, have we, at all?
No, and that's good, because after the EC, where there was obviously something went wrong, on the warm-up here, I mean, the track temperature was 50, 60 degrees, so it was similar to that in the Hoodie Arena. And I had the opportunity of picking up the guys who had been running here, so I was basically taking their castaways at 6 runs and peeling them over and checking the belt thoroughly, etc. There was never any sign of any degradation on the ones I pulled apart.
That's good to hear.
And the fact that they had been practicing on them in those temperatures for 5, 6 runs, so we're not going to put these tyres under that duress.
No, that's and I mean that's eased it even further, hasn't it? With the just watching Nicola carving through the field there, so traffic sort of getting out of his way. That was the 3 car. I have Sotu Gota jumping out of his way, so Nicola now got a nice clear track in front of him. Will have done quite a few laps around here, but pretty impressive performance really, coming here as a manufacturer, knowing that he's got a sort of brand to represent, any issues, stuff like that, and still able to drive and compete sort of towards the sort of middle to upper end of the field of a modified world championships.
Yeah, and it's appreciated that he's here, so kind of that's confidence in his product, so to speak.
Yes, he's not sort of hiding away somewhere watching the outcome remotely.
No, on the perimeter of the event, just supplying us with boxes of tyres. He's actually.
I did notice his car was parked closest to the gate, with the nose facing outwards.
No, I think it's the Afra car which has got the quickest getaway.
So ready to make a fast getaway, parked and ready to jump out of the car park, head straight away to the local pizzeria. Later on, of which there are many fantastic ones in the area. I mean, got to say the area, the club, that is absolutely top notch.
All the food is available, although I've not seen a Big Mac here.
No.
Normally,
there's yeah.
You're normally knee deep in. Other brands of burgers are available.
Yes. So what tyres are they using? What tyre brand are they using? They are Hot Race tyres that the drivers are using. And Nicola, Mr. Hot Race, has taken that heat as well at the end of that one.
Is that bringing up the rankings?
It will do a little bit. Just going to hear from one of our sponsors. Just seeing details of some of the Officina screws available from Monaco RC. Some very nicely machined copper screws, I believe, to add weight, normally used on the underside of the chassis to lower the centre of gravity of the car. Sort of, well, more like brass, sort of brass copper alloy.
It's probably tungsten in or something to give it a bit of
So get the weight down nice and low. Getting asked what body shells are being run. Yeah, Extreme Twister's pretty popular, seeing that answer in there. Do teams have to change tyres after each race? They're running different sets of tyres. There's a tyre impound this weekend, so each set of tyre gets run twice.
Well, they're compelled to use used tyres in every other run, and then they're not compelled to use new in the finals. They can use used in the finals if they prefer, but most people will go out on new.
Okay. This is Q5, so some superstars in here. Alex Hackberg are going to lead away. Alex currently with a couple of second places in rounds. Let's watch Alex lead off. Familiar colour scheme. He's not running a one colour white. You can see a little bit wide from Alex there. He's still not quite confident on that line, just off the sweeper. He didn't want to hang low, stay low on the...
He lost hundredths of a second instead of possibly risking an off.
Mark Bruton Young asking any express runners there. Haven't seen any floating around in the pits. Could be wrong, but not seen anybody running them. Alex leading away from Ronald Volker, running directly behind him. Hayato Ishioka, Michael Orlowski. Michael running a new prototype Schumacher this weekend, I believe. Hayato also running near the front of the field, as is Alessio Mazzio. Hayato now hits the front, actually. He is a pink and black car. Let's see if we can pick him up somewhere. He's just about to head round across the line now and out onto the main straight. There we go. We've got him, the only pink and black car out there. So Hayato now hitting the front. He's currently 4 tenths up on Alex Hackberg. Alex may be going to get a bit of a fright from behind. He's led from the start and feels like he's pulling away, and he's not going to realise the danger from Hayato sort of eating into that gap behind him. So monstering the field and closing in that gap. Patrick Chan says hi from Hong Kong. Hello, Patrick. Again, good to see viewers from all over the world joining us here on this RC Racing TV coverage in Gubbio. Many world champions out there. David Ronafalk finished second in Spain last week with the Rallycross. So a couple of drivers out there. Michael Orlowski also running in Spain last week. And of course we've got Bruno in the top heat as well. Bruno looking to take this round and absolutely nail TQ. It's pretty much pinned on anyway, but if he takes this round, it will 100% confirm it. Hackberg now moving to the front, but then Ishioka pops back up there. He's now running... Where are they last time round? And in fact, Alessio Mazzio now got himself to the front with pretty stonking lap last time round of a 16.8. So Hackberg moves to the top. In fact, Volker's got him now. Ronald Volker's getting himself in the mix. Let's see if we can spot Ronald. He's running somewhere behind Alex. He is. So he is the white, blue, yellow car. Just out onto the main straight now. Or down the main straight now. There we go. That's the car of Ronald Volker. Currently sort of in the mix towards the top of the field. Alessio Mazzio now up at the top. So this is going to be a proper shock, really, for some of the drivers a bit further down the field. Let's watch as they all cross the line. Alessio Mazzio is leading with the 8 car. Volker and Hackberg running 4th and 5th, and they've not really seen anybody all run. Let's see if we can spot the 8 car out there. The 8 car is one of the all-white cars. He's just crossing the loop now and will come round out onto the start-finish straight. The last white car there, just gone past. That is the number 8 car. A few all-white cars out there. Show some imagination, please, guys. Watching him flow through the field, that is definitely the 8-car of leader, Alessio Mazzio. Mark Bruton-Young saying the Axon car looks fast. Yes, it does. Looks drivable now, says Christian Holmstrom. Yep, it does absolutely look drivable. They've all got decent levels of traction, maybe a little bit slippery offline, but it's kind of representative at least. I don't think the track's quite as fast as it was sort of Wednesday evening, so you wouldn't necessarily expect anybody to do a new fastest time.
It's quite a lot cooler.
What, on Wednesday evening?
No, here the track is still cool.
The track's still quite cool.
Well, cool. For us, it's actually warm. But yeah.
Are you going to expect anybody to go faster than they managed Wednesday evening?
Probably not, actually.
So yeah, that's kind of what we're.
But that's not the point. I mean, the name of the game is to try and keep equal conditions throughout one round.
Yes, which I think we've pretty much had here.
Yeah, okay. The guys at the latter end of the round are still going to benefit because every time the sun comes out, it puts that little bit more into the track and allows them to risk it like that car did then.
Yes, so you can see Alessio Mazzio, who we're running with. He started out quite a way down the field, so you'll see him sort of drop down the timing on the right-hand side of the screen. Then he'll launch himself back up. So Mazzio takes that one as he crosses the line right at the end. So Alessio Mazzio takes that one by nearly a second from Alex Hackberg. Very, very close, right at the end of that one. All set for the top heat then. Getting set. Remember, if Bruno takes this, he confirms TQ. He's already got 3 round wins with 3 to count. So this will be the 4th round to take place. Seeing details of some of the MR33 pit equipment, the detweaking kit there available from Tony Sport, one of our event sponsors. Also this coverage sponsored by X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sumperdow and Hobbywing. Top heat about to go out on circuit. What do we know? Well, we know if Bruno Coelho takes this round, he will definitely be starting his defence of the world title from pole position. I think it's pretty much nailed on anyway, Chris, don't you? But he's certainly looked to have some pace in hand over everybody else. Half a lap or so. Not half a lap. 5-6 seconds over the course of a run.
Certainly strong, yes.
Yes, he's had strong pace. So a little bit in his pocket and already got 3 round wins. So remember, to beat him, someone's going to have to take the remaining 3 rounds and do a faster time than he has already done.
That's the challenge now, to make sure that we give everybody the opportunity to beat Bruno, basically. Actually, yes, we need to get those rounds in without incident or bad weather.
So here goes Bruno, leading the way. The white-coloured car. Chrissy Crapp giving chase. Did I just see 126k on the speed trap?
Yeah, they were doing that at the warm-up.
So, I mean, what's that? That's 70...
Divide by 8, multiply by 5.
Fingers and thumbs and... yeah. I'm using the phone to keep track of comments. We have Chrissy actually giving chase to Bruno. Bruno not quite getting away. quite so much at the front of this one. Bruno is still leading this one from Chrissy, but if we can just move our focus back one car, I'm pretty sure that Chrissy is maybe going to be leading this one, because that certainly looks like less than a second. It's going to be very, very close as they cross the line. And yeah, Chrissy is in front of Bruno 3 laps in. So could this world be maybe coming to life? Someone going to throw down a bit of a challenge to Bruno? Chrissy leading this one from Bruno at the moment as they head off down the straight. One more time. 78.2 miles an hour. That's kind of what I thought and knew all along, honest.
I heard you. Yeah,
yes,
I'm sure you definitely said that.
I definitely, absolutely said that. That wasn't, just saw a white car spinning out on the grass out the corner of my eye. That wasn't Bruno. We've still got Bruno now leading this one by about a tenth from Chrissy. Running with Chrissy at the moment. Bruno just out the front of shot. They started 1 second apart. There's a little bit of a run deep there from Chrissy. Bruno just out the front of shot. Akio up into 3rd position. There's 3 tenths exactly between Chrissy and Bruno. Chrissy's going to be encouraged by this one. I think Chris has just got to leave us now to find out what's going on down in the pits. And below, in race control, Bruno still leading this one from Chrissy. Chrissy brings the gap down. We're running with Chrissy's car, Bruno's car, the all-white car just in front of us. Lawrence Winter says how much of Bruno's pace is down to him, how much is down to the manufacturer. Well, there are other people running the car as well. It's clearly a quick car, but Bruno's beating all of his teammates. Bruno versus Chrissy. These two edging away from the front of the field. Yannick Prumper also pushing hard from the back end of the field with the 9 car running in 3rd position. Just seeing Bruno now 3 tenths up on Chrissy, who we're running with. 2 minutes left. We can see Bruno out of the front of shot still. Bruno just edging away. Bruno knows if he takes this, it is done. He is on pole position for the finals, scheduled to take place tomorrow. Chrissy knows his best opportunity is to just get in there. He just needs to get within that 1 second. Does Bruno need this round to guarantee TQ? On paper, yes. He's already won 3 rounds. This would be the 4th round. It's 3 from 6 to count, so no one would be able to beat him. At the moment, no one can actually beat his score. They can only tie it. So someone would need to do a faster time. That's pretty unlikely. Still running with Chrissy at the moment, as he's trying to chase down Bruno. 1 minute 15 to go. These two have pulled a little bit of a gap on Yils Groskamp in 3rd position. So Yannick drops off the pace. Chrissy's trying really hard. He's throwing everything at this, but he's dropped to about a second off now. Let's see if we can drop forward a couple of cars, pick up the all-white car of Bruno, because it's looking like Bruno's just heading off down the main straight. There we go. He's gone past. He's in front of the green car. Let's pick him up as he comes through. That's Bruno, our leader, with 39 seconds to go. So this a run for home for Bruno. It looks like, unless Chrissy can pull some magic out of the bag, it looks like Bruno is going to take it, but it's certainly not as comfortable as previous runs have been. Chrissy's throwing everything at this, trying to catch him. He was 2 tenths slower on the last lap. As we go on to what's going to be their final lap. I think Bruno's currently on to get this by about 8 tenths of a second, so valiant effort from Chrissy. But I think Bruno is going to do this. So Bruno crosses the line and has taken it. Let's just see. Yep, Chrissy drops in 2nd position. So that is Bruno Coelho on pole position for the finals. Bruno will be starting his title defence from pole position. Waiting for everybody to finish. We'll just get an update on what that's done for the overalls. Just waiting for a little bit of an update. So what we do know is that Bruno has now taken TQ. He's taken every round so far. And best anybody else can score is 2 round wins. Not seeing an updated one yet. We're then just going to check because there is a small break before qualifying round 4 is going to run. Not getting an update yet so that we can bring you news of where everybody is. Chrissy certainly running Bruno much, much closer than really anybody has so far over the course of the weekend. Just waiting now for the timing to update after round number 4. What we can do is give you an update on the time schedule. So we've just finished round 5. We're going to be starting at 2 o'clock, the next run. Still not getting an update on the overalls at the moment, so race 5 still not being marked off in position. Still not getting an update. So we do know that Bruno's got that. We're going to have to give a bit of a further update when we come back. So small break, I think, and we will be back just before 2 o'clock in time for qualifying round number 4 of the Open class. So thank you for joining us here on RC Racing TV with our event sponsors, X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sun Padal, Hobby Wing and Tony Sport. And we will be back in around 20 minutes time.
fare le 45. Guarda se ti fa vedere dove c'è l'atto di speciale bloccato. dicevano che c'è stato un pilota che si è fermato dopo pochi giri.
Nella seconda qualifica.
E a chi non hanno ancora tolto sui tranviari. Tu sai?
Io non per me no, io non lo so.
No, però a me l'hanno tolto, perché non ho fatto 4 minuti, me l'hanno tolto. E ce l'ho nella scatola col sacchetto non usare.
No, chiedevo a te. Chiedevo perché.
No, figurati.
No, perché quando
mi fanno incazzare queste cose.
mi ha detto il timekeeping mi dice che li da
Però vedi, anche lì sono andato a parlare con lui, adesso mi fa incazzare lui però, perché adesso sono andato a parlare con lui per prima passata.
Io sono venuto a te solo perché mi aveva detto così. Mi aveva detto io l'ho visto.
fa incazzare.
Grazie
Da
Giuliano,
lui,
scusa.
prima di venire da te sono andato giù e mi ha detto no, vai da fare
Race organization announcement. If someone has skipped one form, one smartphone that was not your, please take it to the Se qualcuno ha preso un telefono cellulare, uno smartphone che non era il proprio, siete pregati di riportarlo al volontario. If someone has skipped one form,
Sento il messaggio adesso del telefono, sì. Ma sono passato là dal recupero 8, sì, non mi era sparata. Io quando sono passato lì ho sentito suonare qualcosa che inquinava intorno, cioè non è che magari era perso. Perché quando senti la suonare, forse qualcuno ha lasciato il telefono. Forse qualcuno ha lasciato il telefono lì. Faccio pipì e lo vado a
parlare qui. Con Giuliano, ok.
Tian!
Ovviamente abbiamo uno speaker professionista.
direttamente dal Sudafrica. Cioè pensa un po' tu se ci vengono a aiutare loro. Guarda, va. Aiuto. Il suo amico. Sia. Diana, vieni a lavorare un po', va.
Mondiale.
Ma che devo fare? Che devo fare? Guarda come cazzo ci ho messo. Dalla Spagna di Milano.
I was a friend, there's a tree, don't go.
I'm not joking. He's going back home, like I come here, and coach here. Everybody's going to take me.
Vai in lei, vai spiccicare. Non è mi sono? No, a questa è. A destra.
Napoli. Napoli di nuovo. I know that you won't do it. So I really appreciate it. Grazie Govio.
Welcome back. Just seeing details of the MR33 tool range available from one of the event sponsors, Tony Sport, on screen. So again, welcome to you if you are just joining our coverage here on RC Racing TV of the IFMAR
1/10 Touring Car World Championships for 2022. In conjunction with our event sponsors, X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sun Pedal, Hobby Wing and Tony Sport. Just bringing you after, well, 4 rounds of qualifying that have taken place. We're about to run qualifying round number 4 of the open class. So what happened was yesterday it rained just before the end of qualifying round number 4 in the open class. So that round was thrown out. They've now run round number 5, and we're going back to rerun round number 4. That's why the timing looks a bit odd. What we can see, though, is that Bruno Coelho is our TQ man. It's going to be 3 from 6 to count. Even if only 5 get completed, then we're going to be looking at 3 from 5. So Bruno has already got 4 round wins. He's taken every round so far. So Bruno is definitely our TQ man, and will be starting the defence of his title one in South Africa in 2018 from pole position. We saw Christopher Krapp run him pretty close last time, within a second or so of his time. So Alex Hackberg's done the second best run, but in terms of pace, the track is a little slower after the rain shower that we saw. We saw last time out an 18.304 from Bruno. Yeah, just being corrected, it wasn't really a shower yesterday. Shower is probably underplaying it a little. Yes, there was a complete deluge, so we've had a cessation of track action this morning, or of qualifying action. We had plenty of track action as the cars circulated, trying to dry things out. Did get a question in, actually, was there any sugar additive sprayed down? No, there wasn't. Nothing sprayed on the track, it was just allowed to dry. So as you can see anyway, Bruno, overall TQ, and that's nailed on. Chrissy looking like he's actually got some pretty good pace relative to Bruno, taking second in that round. Alex in a strong position as well. So a few people needing some good scores to push themselves up the order. So still all to play for, a little bit further down the pack. Need to really get these next 6 runs out of the way. Get those done, and we'll have 5 complete rounds of qualifying done. With 5 complete rounds, we then know that it's the best 3 from all of them. So that's really what we're looking for and looking to achieve. So any moment now, we're waiting for the cars to be released out onto the circuit. We're scheduled to be 2 o'clock. Just seeing a few cars being taken out into the pit lane. So, yep, just seeing drivers placing cars out, or getting cars placed by mechanics out into the pit lane, heading up onto the driver's rostrum. Drivers competing in this heat: Florian Wilhelm, Andy Kuhn, Andreas Johansson, Julian Jost, Andreas Kutras, Alexander Johansson, Stamatis Kontazoglu, Damien Giddins, and Mike Haswell. Mike hoping to improve on the 5 laps that he's done. Team X-Ray 1001 saying position's very tight. Reinhard BQ currently. Yeah, it doesn't really make an awful lot of sense at the moment until we've got that extra round dropped in, and then we know that we're talking 3 from 5. So at the moment the overalls are only displaying 2 from 5. The only thing we know for certain is that Bruno now, with 4 round wins, no one can even match that. The best that someone could do is win the last 2 rounds. They're not going to match the 3 that he already has. So that is sorted and nailed on. We kind of suspected as much anyway, because we knew that the track was slower, but that has already confirmed it. It's not going to get taken onto any further rounds. Just waiting, very slight delay. Again, welcome to you if you are just joining us on either Facebook or our RC Racing TV YouTube channel. You're watching live coverage of the IFMAR 1/10 Touring Car World Championships from Gubbio in Italy. Fantastic venue and facility they have here. bringing you this coverage in conjunction with our event sponsors, X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sun Padal, Hobby Wing, and Tony Sport. Seeing drivers heading out towards their marshal positions. Just see disappearing off to the right-hand side of your screen. Ollie Bultink and Max Mackler having a discussion. Of course, this is the top heat of spec who have to marshal this lot again. So they're sort of the unfortunate lot that get an extra bit of marshalling duty. Cars have been released out onto the circuit for a warm-up lap. So there we can see Florian Wilhelm lead away from Andy Kuhn. So any comments, any questions, anything like that, feel free, ask us. Best ask us on our YouTube channel. Much easier for us to keep up with. So we've got leading away Florian Wilhelm. The white coloured car. He's got a good jump towards the front of the field. And slow opening laps from Damien Giddins and Mike Haswell. Damien caught napping at the start. We're still running with Florian Wilhelm, our leader, as he catches and passes Mike Haswell, who dives out of the way. Giorgio Lockmer telling us that he believes it's going to rain soon, that there's local rain in the vicinity. Hopefully we can get this round, these 6 races complete before that comes, if it is indeed coming. Then at least we have 5 complete rounds, and we haven't got any odd scenarios where I have to start counting on my fingers and toes to work out what's going on. Just under 45 minutes for this round to complete. Hopefully that can hold off. Phil Matthews saying how many cars in the main? They're 10-car mains. Exception to that is, I think, the Formula, because that's a World Cup, there's 22 entrants. So I think we're going to see, I don't know, we've had 2 11-car heats. There's plenty of space on the track, plenty on the rostrum. I think we might see a 10 and a 12, maybe. In Formula. I haven't quite worked that one out yet. Really, focus has been on getting qualifying done and out the way. Florian Wilhelm was our leader. Andreas Kutras has hit the front. So Florian hasn't been caught and passed by anyone. I'm just going to see if we can find Andreas's car. It's the 3 car. See if we can spot him. There's the 1 car. 2 car, 3 car. Oh, 3 cars, the white and pink coloured car. So he's just crossing the line now out onto the main straight. There we go. That is our leader, Florian Wilhelm. No, sorry, that's not. That's the 3 car of Andreas Kutras. Wilhelm is the one. Well, it's very close between them. 7/10. So ebbing and flowing. We're watching the car at the moment, the 2nd place man of Andreas Kutras, who's now moved back to the front of the field. So this is our leader, leading by about 1/10 of a second. Watching him head round through the sort of fast sweeping chicane, through a couple of the hairpins out onto the main straight. That long main straight, double apex out. It's not quite flat out, but you're building the throttle all the way through there. Certainly in this open class, I think with spec, you're kind of pinned pretty much straight away for all the way around that big loop around the outside. But here we go through this bank turn. Camera flattens that shot out a little bit, but it is quite heavily banked. Can we find Andy Cooner? Let's see if we can see him. He is car number 2. We've got just over a minute left. Andy, he's the yellow-coloured car just crossing the start-finish line now. Yellow car down the main straight. There we go. That's Andy Cooner's car. He passes a little bit of traffic. So we'll run with him to the end. Florian Wilhelm leading this one, and then Koutras jumps him. So Koutras jumping, starting a little bit further down the field. Andy Cooner running in 3rd position. That's the car we're running with at the minute. A little bit deep there. Quite an easy thing to do. Your eyes sort of follow that black line, and you want to run into it, realise that you're cutting it a bit tight. Just have to turn out of it. 20 seconds left, just trying to bring this one home. Haswell retired after 1 lap. That's taken his total for the meeting up to 6 laps. Damien Giddens waking up further on into the race, gets himself up into 5th position. Just waiting for finishing times. Cooner finishing in 3rd position, who we ran home with. That's race 1 done. Andreas Koutras taking that from Florian Wilhelm and Andy Cooner. Yes, from Berlin. We're just going to hear from one of our event sponsors. Just hearing from Monaco RC there, one of our event sponsors. So you're joining us here on RC Racing TV, along with Monaco RC. We also bring in this coverage in conjunction with X-Ray, Sunpadao, Hobbywing and Tony Sport. Like to thank you all. Car's about to be released out onto the circuit. Drivers set to take part in this heat. Dimitrios Yanidis, Simone D'Artavio, Soren Sparbier, Tim Coleman, John Dukakis, Victor Litvinenko, Michael Bock, Daniele Pacini and Chun Yin Lee. Yanidis leads away with the, as we discussed yesterday, a fuchsia coloured car. Followed by the orange coloured car of Simone D'Artavio. Car 1 of Soren Sparbier making the, making early progress. If we can move back one car to the white car. is our current second place man, Soren Sparbier. Leading, we've got Tim Coleman, who is one car further back. I think he's a white and blue car from memory. Yep, that's right. We're getting there over the course of the weekend. Let's pick him up. This our leader, Tim Coleman. You'll see as they cross the line, the order flip up and down. Tim Coleman drops down to third. In fact, it's really, really close between the top three. About a tenth of a second covering all of them, so ebbing and flowing. If you're wondering why the positions are able to move like that with no overtaking on track, it's a staggered start, so they're starting out 1 second apart from each other. As the cars cross the line, their clocks start, so you can be running 9/10 of a second behind someone. You started a second behind them, you're actually a tenth up. That's why the positions are moving around all over the place. So just saw a little struggle on traction there off the corner. Didn't quite move off as quick as we expected him. Rnds leading this one from Sparbier and Coleman. Let's just see what the overall is as they cross the line. So Coleman's dropped off a little bit. If we can grab that white car in front of him, which is Sparbier. There we go. We've got Soren Sparbier running in second position, the German driver. Sweeps round out onto the main straight through the bank turn. Can't quite see how heavy that banking is. Wants to draw you in. Heading away out in front though, we've got Dimitrios Rnds, the Greek driver. So if we can go back to the fuchsia car. He's just about to head round out onto the main straight. Well picked up. Lawrence Winter saying he is off for a surf. Yeah, hopefully we won't be able to surf later because that will mean it's very wet. We just had a little coming together there between a spinning back marker, but I think that's caught up both Dimitrios and Soren pretty equally. So Rnds still leading this one. Out in front with 1.5 minutes left. Rnds still leading, 1 minute 12 to go. Closing in on some traffic, little bobble over the curbs. That will have made him clench a little, grit his teeth, but gets away with that one. So the last thing you want is someone having an accident in front of you. Through the fast sweep, 33 seconds left. 30 seconds of the run left. There's a gaggle of traffic down at the bottom end of the circuit. Nothing really for Rnds to worry about. There is one car that he might get towards the end that's just in front of him. 2 cars maybe. Seeing who they are, that's the 4 car and the 7 car. That's Chun-Yin Lee and Michael Bock. I think he's just going to, he's managed not to catch them. So that's worked pretty well for Dimitrios Rnds. Just rolling that home across the line. Rnds with an 18-lap run. Only driver in the heat to make an 18-lap run. Soren Sparbier with just missing out on that. Missed out by 1.3 seconds. 17.1 best lap for Dimitrios. Getting set now for heat number 3 of round 4. Going to hear from one of our event sponsors. So just seeing details of the Monaco RC diff check device there. So quite a useful gadget. Checking the viscosity of your differential. Just place it on one wheel, press the button, spins it up, it gives you a value, gives you an idea of how thick the differential in your car is. It can also be used to break it in. You quite often see mechanics holding on to one tyre as the driver opens the throttle just to bed the diff in, soften it up, disperse the oil throughout it. So if you spot any mechanics appearing to hold a car up, hanging onto one rear tyre, that's what's going on. It's a diff warm-up exercise. Frank just rolling his eyes at that little insight of comment. But yep, that's what they're doing when that happens. Who are we going to have in this heat? So we're going to have Michele Manzo lead away from Harley Eldridge, Remy Callins, Jonathan Gandin, Matthias Knopp, Benjamin Jabira, Carl Frederick Grössel, Thomas Vigneron, Dai Sakaguchi, and Pekko Ivanen. Cars have been released out onto the circuit.
Pekko
Ivanen.
I'm sure Tara is watching. I'm not sure what Finnish snack food might be, but you know, the equivalent of popcorn or whatever.
Michele Manzo leads away from Harley. Off down the main straight for the first time. Michele not having a great seeding practice, but making up, or trying to make up for it in qualifying. Michele's all orange coloured car, followed by Harley's all white coloured car. Followed by the one car of Remy Callins. Remy actually leading that one. So out the back of shot, we've got a couple of white cars. If we can move back 2 white cars, that's Remy Callins, our leader. So Harley sandwiched in between Remy Callins and Michele Manzo. Gandin dropping, or sorry, Callins dropping back slightly on that lap. Jonathan Gandin moving to the front with the 6 car. The 6 car is, well, he's just made a gap and let through, but actually the leader is now Harley. So she's the white car out the front of shot. So we can move forward 1 white car. There we go. If we can get the white car that's... She's just coming off the end of the main straight now.
Through the S.
Yeah, through the S's. So we'll pick her up as she crosses the start-finish line. So she's just coming around to the start-finish line now. So there we go. That is Harley's car. Trying to chase down Michele Manzo. Traffic in between. pushing hard, trying to catch up to Michele. Get a little bit of a toe, little bit of understeer maybe off the exit of the corner. It doesn't necessarily hurt that much. I think Michele's made a mistake and disappeared off track. Yes, he has. That was immediately under our commentary positions. I didn't see exactly what happened. He just disappeared out of shot and heard a noise. Harley still leading this one, still running with her at the moment at the front of the field. Heads out onto the main straight once more. Slightly wider line, taking that slightly longer, higher line. Little bit of push. Helps carry a little bit of corner speed on such a wide open circuit. There's only a few places where there's sort of heavy stops, so that little bit of push maybe not hurting quite so much. Flowing through the S's now, up into this extended part of the track around the bot dots. You can see slightly wide, missing a few apices. Wanting to tighten up a little bit. Last time round she did a 17.5. Remy Callens on the move with a 17.1. So Remy possibly closing in quite fast. I suspect Remy could be about to take the lead by the end of this one. He's one white car back from Harley, who we're running with. Gap between them currently is about half a second. So Remy pushing hard to the back of Harley, trying to get that gap down. Running with Harley at... Well, Harley's disappeared out front of shot at the moment. This is Remy Callens that we're running with. You can see the gap still around half a second with 30 seconds to go. Just keep an eye on these two white cars heading around the circuit. Started out 1 second apart from each other. Harley pushing hard to get away. Remy Callens trying not to let her. We're going to make it onto the extra lap. About quarter of a second now between them, so it's all down to this last lap. You can see Harley's right behind some traffic. It's not going to get out of her way. I think this might open the door for Remy to sneak through. So Remy takes it from behind on the last lap. Remy does. So Remy just about gets Harley on the last lap by about 4/10 in the end. So very, very close. Just a little tiny bit of traffic costing Harley right at the death on that one. Final lap 16.9 from Remy and a 17.6 from Harley. So just slowing her up, but very, very slightly. Team X-Ray saying, are there any outdoor tracks around Murcia? I don't know if there are any Spanish viewers who might be able to answer that for him. Robin Van Gogh says, hello from Holland, rooting for the Dutchies. There's a few Dutch drivers out there. Not any in this race. Next race coming up. So welcome to you if you are just joining our coverage here on RC Racing TV of the IFMAR 1/10 Touring Car World Championships from Gubbio in Italy. We're watching the rerun of qualifying round number 4 for the open class. Going to hear from one of our event sponsors. Just seeing details there of the MR33 range of diff and shock oils available from Tony Sport, one of our event sponsors. Also bringing you this coverage in conjunction with Hobbywing, Sunpadao, Monaco RC and X-Ray. I'd like to thank them from that. Getting a question, did they rerun all of round 4? No, only Open. So Open is running because Formula and Spec were both similar track conditions. They let those stick. So Dominic Queck leading this one away from Matters Benton and Sota Goto. We're going to see this round 4 complete. We're then going to have about a 15-minute break. Then we're going to have qualifying round number 6. Last qualifying round. They just want to get this Q4 rerun out of the way so that we can have or look at having a dry track for everybody. Just seen a Marshall doing a Mexican hat dance around one of the rolled cars. Dominic Queck leading this one away from Nicola Moroni, who was quickest last time out in the sort of slightly, not damp, but greasier conditions, slightly more slicker conditions that we had. He is trying to move up the field. Nicola, of course, Mr. Hot Race, the provider of the controlled tyres for this event. Not hearing of any issues at all, so he needs to be congratulated on that. Of course, mega high speeds that we have here down the main straight, seeing speeds of over 100k, up to sort of 110, 115, 120 even in some cases. Let's see if we can pick up Loic Yasmin. We haven't seen him really at all. Car number 2. Let's see if we can find Loic. Where's his car? The 2 car. He is the white and blue coloured car. He's like the 3rd one on the main straight now. There we go. That's Loic we've just picked up. So Loic Yasmin trying to move himself up the field. Loic running in 2nd place currently, about 7/10 off the front, 7/8 off the pace of Dominic Queck. Dominic having a nice clear track in front of him. Loic having to catch and pass traffic. He's currently following the 3 car of... Who is the 3 car? Sota Goto, the Japanese driver. Loic, the Frenchman, trying to push through. You can see Sota's got some pace as well, and they are running around with Nicola, trying to chase him down. So high-speed train of these 3 cars. And Sota Goto in front. Oh, and in fact hits the back of Nicola and gives him a body tuck. I don't know if Sota's going to get a call for that one by the refs. See if anybody spotted that. Can't see any kind of call for it, but yeah, that was a little bit unnecessary from Sota Goto. Still running with 2nd place man Loic Yasmin. Still about 3/4 of a second down on Dominic Queck. Started quite a distance away from Dominic, did Loic. Gap this time round goes up very... No, it comes down a little bit. It was a 16.9 from Loic. 17.0 from Dominic. Let's see what the gap is this time as they cross the line. Mattis Benetton moves forward, but then Loic moves back. 0.2 of a second now as they come into the last minute. Traffic getting out of the way. Sota Goto still running around directly in front of Loic. Not quite getting in his way. He might be now. Yep, stops, gets out of the way. Okay, so dives out of his way in the middle of the chicane. Loic
30 seconds to go. Is Loic going to move to the top as he crosses the line? Yes, he does. Thought he may do. 30 seconds to go. Loic hits the front from Dominic Queck. Dominic's going to be completely unaware of this, of course. Dominic's led from the start. No one's passed him. He's caught and passed people. He's going to have a slightly bewildered look on his face if Loic gets him, wondering exactly where he's come from at the end of this run. But we are running with the leader at the moment into the last couple of seconds. The pair of them both on their final lap. So Dominic will move to the top of the time as he crosses the line. He has. Just see what happens as Loic crosses the line. Moves back to the top. So we did think he'd get it, and he has done by around half a second. Jin Sawada pops up in third position, also with an 18-lap run, and actually not a million miles off, about 9/10 down on Dominic. So he snuck up the order, but good run there from Loic Jasmine. So that is heat number 4 of Open in Q4. We've got 2 more races to hope it stays dry. We get that out of the way, then we have 5 complete rounds of qualifying for everybody, and we know exactly where we're at. So Loic Jasmine just taking that one at the end. So you're joining us here for our coverage of the IFMAR Touring Car World Championships from Gubbio in Italy. Loic Jasmine taking that run. Going to hear from our event sponsors. So just seeing details of some of the Officina RC heavyweight screws for the underside of chassis. You may wonder why heavyweight screws are desirable. The aim is to get the centre of gravity of your car as low as possible. So rather than adding weights on top of the chassis, you put in a brass or brass-like material screw with a high density underneath the chassis. You help drop the weight down a little bit. Vincent S says, this is cool. Absolutely. We are set to watch Alex Hackberg lead away. Alex has led away from Hayato Ishioka. Ronald Volker in third position. So top 3 in this heat, all currently in the A main. Alex having taken second in a couple of rounds. Alex already trying to stretch away from Hayato. Navigates the bot dot successfully out towards the main straight. Flows out full throttle down the main straight. 109k top speed we're seeing. 112 just saw from, I believe that was Ronald. Hayato, Alex jumped away a little bit at the start. Hayato's coming back at him. Just let it settle down after a couple of laps. Michael Orlowski leading this run with the, I believe it's a prototype Schumacher. He's 1 car behind Ronald Volker. So if we can drop back to the white car that's just about to cross the loop now, across the line on the main straight. There we go. That is Michael Orlowski. You may know his name from last week, watching from the Rallycross World Championships in Spain. We were also covering here on RC Racing TV. Michael Orlowski running
a new prototype car this weekend. Currently leading this heat by 1/10 of a second from Hayato. The top 3 covered by about 9/10 of a second. Top 4 covered by about 9/10 of a second. Moving around every time. So Hackberg, despite leading on the track, is currently running in 4th position is Alex. These front 4 have made a bit of a break for it. Running in actually reverse position. So they started out Hackberg, Hayato, Volker, Orlowski, and they're now running Orlowski, Volker, Hayato, Ishioka, and Alex Hackberg. Reverse of track position. Top 4 running as a complete train. So they head off down the main straight. 112, 105, 106. All pretty close. Obviously, if they've got a slightly slower top speed, they've all got very, very similar power. It might mean that the car's geared slightly lower. That gives them slightly better drive and acceleration off of the corner. So having the great top speed may not be the absolute fastest way. I think I've just seen Alex actually having like 98k. Was that just a bad exit onto the main straight? Let's keep an eye on top speeds as they go again. Hayato's creeping back in on Alex. Let's have a look as they go down the straight. 100, 103, 109, 109. Okay, so the 2 cars at the back of that train, Volker and Orlowski, pulling around 110k. You see more like 100k. So still over 60 miles an hour from Hackberg and Hayato. But this high-speed train, Michael Orlowski still leading it from Hayato, Ishioka, Ronald Volker and Alex Hackberg. Running in reverse order to as they are on the track and on the circuit. Really fast laps from all of them. 16.1 from Michael Orlowski, 16.1 from Hayato, 16.0 from Ronald Volker. Fastest lap. So swapping around every single lap as they cross the line. We are still running with Michael Orlowski, Polish Schumacher driver, closing in on the back of Ronald Volker, the German Mugen driver. Hayato, the Japanese Axon driver. From Alex Hackberg, Swedish X-Ray driver. Hayato now right with Hackberg. Could do with finding his way past if he can. Really, really close between those front 4, really. Alex opens up, lets Hayato through. He's going to have to let Ronald through as well, I think. Is he? No, has he got back online? He's just about got back online, back in the queue. Hayato's got a chance now then, because he's got a clear track in front of him. How long have we got left? Hayato, he kind of needs to get away, and Alex opens up, lets Ronald go, and no, there we go. He's got Michael with him straight away, so has to do something there. So now Michael probably looks like he's in the best position to take this. Really, really close. Michael takes that at the end from Ronald, from Hayato. Alex, a bit of a slow last lap, and in fact that really cost him. That 18-second last lap where he had to open up, let Nicholas Lee jump him as well. So really, really costly. If Alex could have held on for one more lap, I mean, consummate professional, he stayed out of the way there as Ronald came past him, and then Michael was right on Ronald's boot lid. But Michael Orlowski taking that right at the end. He held it for a lot of it, and in the end got it relatively comfortably by 9/10 as he crossed the line on Ronald's boot lid. But costly last lap there for Alex Hackberg, getting out of the way of 2 cars, drops him a little bit down the field. Not brilliant for him, but we have got one more qualifier to come in Q4. Then that is Q4 done. Then we have a small break. Let's just check the schedule has remained the same so that we know what we're dealing with. Yeah, so Quali 6 is due to start at 3 o'clock. So we'll bring you this and then we'll have a short break. So again, welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV. We're bringing you this coverage in conjunction with our event sponsors. Okay, so seeing details of the Hobby Wing G4 stock motor there. Maxwell Trivieri, did they run Q5 before this? Yes, they did. So Q5 has been completed. This is the rerun of Q4 from yesterday. So we have this run to go. A 1 5-minute run. And then we have got a short break until 3 o'clock when Quali 6 is set to go. Bruno Coelho going to lead away in this one. Bruno, TQ man. Sealed that last time out. Chrissy Crap ran him pretty close last time actually. Was heading up the back of him and lost out, but only by about a second. It's the closest that anybody's been to him. So Chrissy going to be pushing hard to see if he can get up to the back of Bruno and get past him. If he can get a round win, that's going to work very nicely for him. Bruno now running race paint, so just wonder if he's using this as an opportunity to experiment. Now he knows he's got TQ sealed. In effect, he's got 2 practice runs. But opportunity to try something different, see maybe for the finals. So Bruno's more familiar colours, the white and orange, and mistake from, I think that's Nayato coming out. Car ended up on the main straight. So yeah, Nayato Matsukura making a mistake, and oh, he's caught Chrissy. Has he just caught Chrissy and spun him? I think he has. Yields Grosskamp up into second. Chrissy dropping down the order. Chrissy still running, but just saw him recovering from a half spin. Really not good for Chrissy. Chrissy running just in front of Yields. So if we can move back 1 car. There we go. That's Chrissy. And behind him is Yields. We've got Akio running in, I think Akio is running in second place. We've got Akio and Mark Reinhardt running in second and third in the heat. And Mark Reinhardt making good progress through the field as well. Seems to have got his car hooked up. He needs a good round score. Try and lock himself in. Let's just let this one settle out as they cross the line. So Akio and Mark within about 2/10 of one another. Let's see if we can pick up Akio's car. He's the yellow and blue coloured car. He's the sort of last of the cars about to cross the line now. So just coming out onto the main straight. There's a trail of cars. There we go. That's Akio Sabue. Mark Reinhardt currently running in third place, but very, very close behind him. Just looking at the overalls at the moment, Mark now up into second position. So if we can try and move forward a couple of cars onto the pink and blue and white coloured car of Mark Reinhardt. There we go, that's Mark Reinhardt, our current second place man. So order changing, but Mark will pop up the order as he crosses the line. There we go. Oh, Akio's got him back again. So we've run with Akio. We'll run with Mark for a little bit with 2 minutes of this run left. Bruno kind of checked out at the front. He is predicting a... Oh, in fact, he's not. Akio's kind of going with him. Let's just see as this updates. Akio's only showing as being 2 tenths behind him. And Mark a further 8 tenths. So we're going to have... it looks like the pace that Bruno had yesterday is missing a little, or the advantage that he had. The washing of the track overnight from the rain has dropped him a little further down the field. So we've got, running with Mark Reinhard at the moment, we've got Akio just out the back of shot. So Akio and Mark relatively close, within about 2 tenths of a second of one another, and the pair of them kind of closing in on the back of Bruno. They might actually get him before the end of this. How long have we got? We've got a minute left. So we'll keep an eye on Mark. We'll keep an eye on where Akio is behind him. Akio now into 3rd position. Mark is now, who we're running with, Mark about 6 tenths down on Bruno. So it's going to take a fairly hefty charge for him. No one on track in front of Bruno I can see at the moment, so traffic's not going to be an issue for him. No one really in front of Mark. He's got the 10 car of Lucas Urban, but I don't think he's going to... Oh, no, that's... Sorry, that's... No, looking at the wrong part. Just seen Mark, and no, there is definitely no one in front of him. 30 seconds to go. Let's have a look. Akio now back in front of Mark. Half a second down on Bruno still. So Bruno stabilised that gap. Relatively constant out there. We're running with Mark Reinhard. 10 seconds to go. Bruno Coelho's leading. Mark Reinhard we're running with in 3rd position. Gap's gone up a little bit, so Bruno's pace strong till the end. Mark and Akio fading very, very slightly. They're just crossing the line now. So top 3 have all made it through for an extra lap. Bruno has crossed the line and finished. I don't think that was a particularly slow lap from him, so I think he's going to take that. We're just waiting for Akio and Mark to finish. Is that someone stopped? No, that's not stopped. They make it. So Akio does get 2nd in round. Mark takes 3rd. Going to have a look and see what that does to the overalls. Just going to check now where we're at with the overall ranking lists. Okay, so I believe that has updated already. Okay, so Bruno Coelho, well, we already knew he was on pole. He's taken every round so far. Alex Hackberg currently sitting in 2nd position. We're now showing 3 from 6 to count. Chrissy Krapp in 3rd position. Yils Groscab, Hayato Ishioka, Akio Sabue, Mark Reinhard, Ronald Volker, Michael Orlowski, Yannick Prumper. That's a stacked A final that we have at the moment. Nicholas Lee, unfortunate BQ man at the moment. So there we go. That's our current top 10. We've got one more round of qualifying here from Gubbio, due in around 10 minutes' time. We'll be back in around 10 minutes for that next round of qualifying.
Ich hatte mega Probleme mit diese
Nein, das ist ja keine Kritik. Ich will ja nur sagen, ist das Auto jetzt
zwar Haftung, aber führt dazu, dass du so dann ein bisschen all over the place bist.
Also ich muss die Haftung richtig verteilen. Das ist zweieckschiebig. Das heißt, ich muss teilweise, ich fahre ja da oben hoch, damit ich mehr Schwung nehmen kann, weil es ja schiebt. Und deswegen habe ich den Doppel links viel riskiert, weil es eigentlich geschoben hat, viel links und bin teilweise halt enger reingefahren, dass ich hier im Knick besser durchkomme. Das war teilweise unsauber. In den Gerade war okay, die rechts.
Roztočíte bianchi, io faccio, questi problemi da a mano bremst, ist anders.
Das ist das Problem, wenn du einmal in dieser schwarzen Linie.
Aber manchmal erstaunlicherweise in der Runde, ich habe vielleicht rausgeguckt, weil das hat Fakt.
Ich bin früher auf Start und habe zumindest dann weniger Zeit verloren, als ich vielleicht gestern verloren hätte, weil es jetzt gehabt habe.
Poi è successo che ho visto che mio padre con le parole in 8, 9, 10 minuti se non fai vedere e allora ho detto fa
Just seeing details there of the Monaco RC high absorb towel. I think plenty of those in use in the pits yesterday, soaking up some of the water after a run. So welcome back. If you are just joining us here, you've missed quite a lot of action, but we're all set for qualifying round number 6. So last round of qualifying for this meeting. The World Championships, hosted by IFMAR here in Gubbio in Italy. World Championships for 1/10 touring cars, and this the World Cup for Formula cars. 2 heats of these set to go. We're RC Racing TV, and we are bringing you this coverage in conjunction with our event sponsors, X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sunpadao, Hobbywing, and Tony Sport. Marshall's just making their way out to track positions. Know a few things already, so we know Bruno Coelho is on pole position for modified. Stock looking pretty close. We've got Alex Deshay currently with a couple of round wins. Simon Lauter with a round win as well. Well, in fact, Simon's got 2 round wins. Alex has got 3, but Simon has the faster time. So effectively, if Simon wins this round, he will be on pole position, because I don't believe anybody could do a faster time. So Simon knows what he's got to do for this one. I think David Erber is on pole position for Formula. We've already had that one confirmed, but got to see the rest of the A final positions. Top 3 looking like it's going to consist of Luke Lee plus let's have a look. We're just going to start now, so we'll catch up with the overall after this one, figure out what people need to do. Thomas Sauva leads away from Alexandra Perrin. Mistake from one of the cars, so Perrin already showing some great speed. The pink-coloured car that we're running with at the moment, the 9 car, taking quite a wide flowing line, maintaining good corner speed. Heads off down the main straight, so that was a pretty hot opening lap. Alexandra Perrin, French driver. Michael Freebel up into 2nd position. So Freebel just running about 6/10 off the lead of this one. Maybe see if we can catch him in a moment. He's a couple of cars back. In fact, let's move back 2 cars to him. So he's the sort of whitey bluey car. Just coming out onto the main straight now. There we go. And you can see a long sweeping wide line. Carries some really good speed. He's a couple of seconds off the lead. But let's see what kind of lap time he can manage this time round. Perrin's already crossed the line. Freeball at 1.9 seconds off the lead now. Slightly faster than the leader that time round by about 1/10. You're going to need to keep chipping away at that one. He's throwing everything at it, sort of rattles the bot dots. He's got Thomas Sauva just in front of him. Would kind of like to catch him and get past him if he can do. In fact, Sauva in front of... No, Freeball moves up into 2nd position. You can see he gives those bot dots a wide berth. Still running with Freeball at the moment. Very wide line as he goes round past Sauva. And another car in front of him rattles the bot dots. Quite an energetic marshalling there. And, oh, launch for Michael Freeball over the back of another car. So absolutely launched himself. That's going to drop him down the field a little bit.
That would be a replay to keep for later.
That would.
Had that capacity.
Okay. Yeah, that was a little bit of a miscommunication. You'd kind of hope that the ref would have spotted that of another driver approaching, but missing that one, not getting the call to keep out the way in that one. Let's see if we can catch back up with Perrin then, the pink coloured car. He's just coming out towards the main straight now. He's our leader. Perrin leading as he swings round out down towards the main straight, opens the throttle up. Giving some of those bot dots a wide berth. If any of you are wondering why we have these weird looking dots here with the felt, that's an effort to alter the track layout slightly. Most of the drivers are familiar with it now over the course of the last couple of days, but it was an effort by the host club to change the track layout from the warm-up. They've done that by extending some of the dots out across the curbs.
And why do you call them bot dots?
Well, because they're dots and they're bop. They, as you hit them, your car goes bop up in the air.
Oh, bop dots, bop, B-O-P.
No, B-O-T.
As in robot dots. That's what that's what I keep thinking. Like, hey, I got you now. You tried to cut the track.
Yeah, no, but yeah, they're bot dots. So they're known as bot dots. So yeah, that's what they're known as. There's various other things that races. I mean, you hear a phrase that is more specific to 12th scale races, but you hear the term of a car going tick tick boom, which is the noise of the body shell touching the track and then bang into the wall. That's that's another phrase that you occasionally hear.
I suppose it's a regional thing, but I hate to say grew up, but when I was racing, it was corner dots, just to make it just a
track
more
markers,
generic
corner dots there.
Yeah.
So quite large diameter discs and they're well bolted down. In fairness, I have not seen any of them move or any hint of them moving over the course of the weekend.
No one's even gone over the felt bits. I don't think there's any tire marks on the felt bits.
No, well, they got washed clean, I would imagine, with that. In fact, I don't know if they've how they've held water. I might, once qualifying's done, go and have a bit of a feel, see if it's
going to caress
wet.
the track.
Yes, absolutely. You're going to see if it's still wet. Alexandra Perrin taking that. Here we go. Right, we were going to have a look for the overalls, weren't we, and look at the different permutations.
Was that Heat 2?
That was Heat 1. So this is what needs to happen in Heat 2.
Well, we can show it on screen.
Okay, let's have a look.
But I don't know if it's going to be messed up by the one that we just saw.
No, not completely. So David Erbar, we know, has got pole position because he's got, so no one can beat that. Luke Lee, what's he got? He's got a 2 and a 2. Luke's looking pretty good for starting in second place unless Andreas Stiebler wins the round. So we're kind of... Giulio Barini took the last round in the wet, but, well, I say wet. It was drying. He had some good pace in that one, but I think he's gonna struggle to show that kind of pace again. So kind of looking for Luke or Andreas, one of them to win it. Effectively, David's on pole position, looking to see who joins him on the front row of the grid. Lucas has got a 3, a 3, and Lucas Hock's got a 3, 3, and a 3. So he's not necessarily going to do anything in terms of featuring right at the front. Even with a couple of wins, he'd end up with a 6. So yeah, we're looking between Luke and Andreas for second position, really, on the grid. So a bit of a fight between them.
So we'll just hear from one of our event sponsors very quickly.
Okay, so we saw David Urbar just struggle to get off the line very, very slightly there. It didn't really cost him because he hadn't crossed the loop. So that's a bit of a slow lap, but didn't really cost him. Andreas Stiebler doing what he needs to do. Jitsi Medema had some really good pace in the damp earlier on, and currently running quite quickly, but if we can get the action going on just behind David Urbar, who we're running with at the moment. I think we have an explanation of the name of Bot Dots as well, actually, but we'll catch up with that after this run. David Urbar leading this one from Andreas Stiebler, doing what he needs to do to seal second overall. Let's see if we can find Andreas with the one car. I think he's a couple of cars back. Let's just find him. He is the... yeah, he's the green car. So that is Andreas that we are running with, being chased by Luke. Not really working out for Luke Lee. Lucas Hock has jumped him into third position. Andreas trying to chase down David. David Urbar, though, looking like he's got a little bit of an advantage at the moment. Predicting a time currently around 5 seconds quicker than anybody else. Luke having made a mistake, dropping further back down the field. Andreas Stiebler. A couple of seconds off the lead. Leader is David Urbar. David already on TQ. Real battle is for second position on the grid. Andreas doing what he needs to at the moment. Top seed. Just looking to get this round complete. In the event that we do get rain during this round, just to let you know what's going on, we have, the rounds are being broken up. So once the Formula class is complete, which will be in just over 2 minutes' time, that is locked off, and there will be 6 counting rounds for Formula. We then go into Spec. Once that's done, Spec is locked off, and then we have Modified. So you're not waiting for a complete round. You wouldn't throw out a Formula 1 time because a open Modified couldn't do a time on a open or on a good condition track. The wind does look to be picking up from the state of some of the flags out there around the circuit. We're still running with Andreas Stiebler. As he crosses the line, he is 2.5 seconds back from David Urbar. David stretching away at the front of the field. David already on pole position, so we'll stick with Andreas at the moment. Luke lapping pretty quickly. He's lapping kind of the same speed as David Urbar out in front, but not quick enough. Certainly not quick enough to catch up the gap. He's made a mistake and dropped down the field quite a lot. So Luke joining us earlier for a bit of a chat, but not having the greatest run come together. He took Q2 all the way back yesterday morning. That feels like a long time ago. When he took Q2. So 30 seconds left. David Urbar relatively comfortable with this one. Still running with Andreas Stiebler. Running in second position in front of Lucas Hock. So I'm 6 seconds ahead of the man he needs to beat, Andreas. The man he needs to beat being Luke Lee. So I think we're seeing Andreas on a drive to second place on the grid. Manages to navigate his way through some traffic successfully.
So just going to come round and cross the line, will Andreas. And believe that is going to lock him in for second position. In fact, Lucas Hock jumps up into... Ooh, that might change things. Lucas Hock getting up into second position right at the end by about 2/10 from Andreas Stiebler. Ooh, that might change things around a little bit. I don't think Lucas is in feature for the position, but whether that has altered things between Andreas and Luke, let's just see if we can get an update on see if the ranking lists have been updated. They have now been updated, so yes, that did make a difference. David Urbar, we already knew on pole position. Andreas Stiebler on the last lap, dropping from second, which would have put him on 4 points, and with a quicker run, would have given him second on the grid. So on that last lap, Lucas Hock denying Andreas Stiebler second on the grid, and handing that to Luke Lee. So a bit of a let-off for Luke. He owes Lucas Hock a beer, I believe, there.
Or an adult beverage.
Or another beverage of choice. Other beverages are available. Now, we do have some news about the origin of bot dots. And I believe, in fact, we've been misspelling it with one T. Bot dots are named after Elbert Dysart Botts, a California Department of Transportation, Caltrans, engineer credited with overseeing the research that led to the development of the markers. Thank you very much, Martin Reeder, for giving us that information.
Now, I'm sure a Brit will pop in and say, but someone in Halifax invented the cat's eyes, and someone else will...
Well, potentially.
You know what I mean?
Cat's eyes are a British invention, I believe.
Scottish.
How did we end up on road markings?
Bot dots.
Well, yeah, okay.
You call them bot dots.
Okay. So there we go. But we have been misspelling it with one T rather than two, so I stand corrected on that one.
Just have a quick word from one of our sponsors. And we're back.
So here we go then. This qualifying round number 6. 3 heats of spec to come. See Chris Hardesty out there in his Panama hat, wondering. In fact, you can just see him sort of central, just disappearing out of the centre of shot.
Very easy to spot.
Yes.
If you don't spot the chest hair, you spot the hat.
Yeah. It's kind of it's a hat from a Yellow Pages advert.
Those are runners and riders.
Yep, so Tassos Batas will lead away from Alessio Navaria, Pietro Federico, Nikos Nikolakopoulos, Laszlo Kiss-Orban, Yanis Narantzis, Kent Bertilsson, Alberto Fontanini, Alessandro Politano, Mattia Melcane, and yes, I did a little fist pump to car 6 then, because, yes, he'll be known as car 6 for this run.
I think
if he
missed
features...
Matteo Piracci.
Did we miss... oh, you're right, I did. I apologise
You're
profusely.
slapping yourself on the back a bit too much.
Yes.
For getting Nikos' name right.
Tassos Batas. You didn't attempt the surname then, Frank. Tassos
Well,
Batas.
you'd already said it. I let you do the hard bit.
Tassos Batas leading away from Alessio Navaria. Slightly sideways. I mean, there's a strong wind now blowing across this Gubbio circuit. Just having a look at sort of the direction of some of the flags. There's like a crosswind blowing as they come out onto the straight. Just seeing if that's affecting any of the cars in any way at all. It's not a headwind or a tailwind. That's going to be the big one affecting them. Good run coming together for Tassos. He's put in a number of decent runs already, heading for... well, in fact, he's heading for an absolutely massive time. He's heading for a time with the only driver on heading for a 17-lap run. I think that will probably drop off to a quick 16 come the end of it. With spec, you tend to drop off on your average time over the course of the run as the battery voltage diminishes slightly. So would expect his average lap time to drop off and the forecast to come down to a low 16. But he's predicting a 17.317 with the next driver, Pietro Federico, predicting a 16.312. So like 2/3 of a lap almost up. Laszlo Kisselban running in third, predicting a 16 in 5:17. So still on for a 17-lap run here for Tassos Batas, which would launch him up the order. Nice low line there on the entry into that bank turn. It's quite deceptive. You don't need as much steering lock as you think. It pulls the car in, keeps the car tight around the bot dots. Easy for your eyes to follow the thick black line. Seen a couple of the drivers. Oh, and a little bit of a mistake, a little bit of a wobble there. He sort of disappeared behind the bush and didn't pop back out again exactly when we expected him to. Managed to keep it going straight though, just a little bit of opposite lock. Bit of a hop over the bot with 2 T's, dot. Tassos Batas still leading out in front of this one. Still pulling away out the front. He has dropped off onto a 16-lap run. Tassos Batas still leading this one from Pietro Federico out in the front of the field. Laszlo Kisselban running in third position. Still going away in front. James Francisco, is this 21.5? No, this is 13.5. 13.5 blinky for these touring cars. Geared quite high, sounds like speaking to a few drivers. Final drive somewhere around the 4.1 mark, depending on the motor that you're running. Some motors a little bit more torquey, so you'd run nearer sort of 3.94. Slightly more revvy motors, it'd be more around the 4.1 area to give you very similar top speeds. Anyone know if Haswell got his parts? Yes, Mike has got parts and has been running. He's managed a total of 6 laps across 2 runs that he's had so far today. So we'll see if he manages any further improvement in this last run. Tassos Batas taking that one in the end then with a 16.309. Pietro Federico heading for a 3.15. So Batos' pace dropping off towards the end of the run. Tassos Batas taking that right at the end. So that's heat 1 of Q6 for Spec. Frank's just been out there, I think, to check on the camera. And how's the wind doing, Frank? What's it feeling like out there?
Well, we can see from the flags and just on screen to the far left that they're barely moving. And I'm just looking out to our left, which is where all the rain clouds come from. No clouds. Okay. I mean, there are clouds, but no rain clouds. So we should be, I'm going to say that we're going to be cleared till the end of the day.
Okay.
That's my call.
That's the latest update from someone that's just this second been outside. And we trust Frank. Frank knows a shortcut. So Frank knew a shortcut last night back to the hotel, and actually it was genuinely a shortcut. We did arrive back
to beat the rain.
We did arrive back and beat the rain. So what have we got coming up next? We have Heat 2 of Q6 of Spec. 3 heats in total of Spec. So Roberto Fabiano is going to lead away from Andrea Muscolino, Enzo Russolan, Manuel Wagner, Flavio Paladin, Attilio D'Angelo, Jacopo Antonelli, Marco Di Vincenzo, Kevin Sparbier, and Benjamin Elbiser will be our drivers. Just waiting for cars to be released out of the pit lane, and they are now.
In the meantime, we've got a little over a minute, so we're going to show a quick advert.
Seeing the MR33 range of oils, a few of those in use tonight, no doubt, as people will refresh their cars, set for mains tomorrow. Patrick Beck saying, Haswell got the parts? Yes, yep, absolutely, he did. So, great service from Tony Sport, one of the event sponsors, who brought us the MR33 range that we just saw. Other event sponsors also Hobby Wing, Sumpernow, Monaco RC, and X-Ray. We are watching the lead car struggling a little bit. He's got a quicker car right on the boot lid of him. It's the 2 car of Andrea Muscolino. Bernardo Cosway, what cars Haswell running? He is running a Destiny. Still running with the 1 car of Roberto Fabiano, leading this one, but he's got a gaggle of cars behind him. Muscolino, Wagner. I think that's the orange car is Wagner. Let's see if we can pick him up. So sort of 2 cars back. There we go, the orange coloured car. Wagner is, I think, our leader. Yeah, that is the 4 car. So a little bit more understeer on that high-speed stuff, but actually I think that's helping him to carry a little bit of speed. Let's see if he loses out. Has having a bit of a dice with Muscolini in front of him. Could kind of do with him getting out of the way and getting past. I'd kind of be expecting the ref to maybe call that and get out of the way, but not yet. So he's having to rely on Muscolini to be nice and open up and let him through. He's probably not going to be on his Christmas card list. I know Muscolino's on a decent run. Oh, there we go. Sort of forces the issue. Sends it down the inside. Lick the stamp. That was first class recorded delivery before 9 a.m. There was no coming back from that one. But absolutely sent it and forced Muscolino to open the door. Wagner leading this one. Off down the main straight, the orange car we are running with at the moment. Manuel Wagner, French driver. Car looking quite nicely balanced. A good mixture of speed. Let's see what speed he achieves off the end of the main straight. 76k. Disappears behind the hedge. That was an awful lot of curb coming out onto the straight. That's very brave. That grass down there is still quite wet from yesterday. Though any kind of a tyre on that, although it's the track surface has dried out, the grass holding a bit of moisture. You certainly don't want to be putting a tyre anywhere near that. So pretty brave from Manuel Wagner. Coming together for a 17-lap run. Roberto Fabiano with the one car about 7/10 back, despite being in front on the track. I think they're going to get to a situation. How long have we got? We've got 1 minute 13 left. So I think you just saw disappearing out the front of the shot. I think Fabiano might be about to catch some traffic that Wagner's not going to get to, though they're compelled to get out of the way. In fact, one of them has just dived out of the way with a bit of a mistake. We're still running with our leader, Manuel Wagner, running at the tail of the field, or sorry, the tail of a chain of cars with 30 seconds left. So Roberto Fabiano has made his way through them already. That could give him the opportunity to edge away if Wagner gets held up at all. It's like 1.3 seconds. There's one he's successfully navigated. Runs a little bit deep. He got caught offline. So Wagner and Fabiano make it across, about 1 second between them. Now got more traffic that they've navigated. Let's just see at the end whether Fabiano will move to the top, and then Wagner, see what he does when he crosses the line. Yep, he gets it. So about 9/10 in the end, relatively comfortable as they came through the traffic. Manuel Wagner taking that one. So that the penultimate heat of spec qualifying. One more heat of spec qualifying to go for the rest, or for the weekend. We'll be able to bring you overall qualifying after that. Who is the oldest modified driver in the field? I'd possibly prefer to think of that as most experienced driver. I've noticed Mike Haswell running around with a World's 92 t-shirt on, so 30 years ago. Top heat, all set to go. Alex Deschette, Simon Lauter doing battle for pole position. Effectively, Simon needs to win this, and if Simon wins this round, he is pole position. If he doesn't, then Alex is pole position. Alex with 3 round wins, Simon with 2. We'll be able to give you an update after this as well on overall positions, so we'll be keeping a close eye out on that, but main battle is going to be for pole position. Marshall's being called out onto track. Seeing details of the Monaco RC high absorb waterproof towel. Always useful for cleaning up in the pits. Going to focus on Deshay and Lauter then for this one. Deshay with an all-white body shell going to lead off. Lauter pulling up next to him. Lauter running a white and burgundy coloured body shell. Successfully away for the first lap. Of course, could be another driver that takes this round. If they do, that will secure pole for Deshay. Lauter's put it on its roof straight away. So Lauter on his roof, needing marshalling. That is Alex Deshay on pole position, I believe, because we're not going to get Simon back to the front of this world-class field here in Gubbio. So I think that turned out to be a little anticlimactic. Ollie Baltink up into second position after a couple of laps. Let's just finish this series of laps. Just let the third lap complete and then we'll have a look and see who's running well. So Ollie Baltink running in second position with the 7 car. Just trying to identify the 7 out there. Lauter towards the back of the field. I think, has he dropped down the field? Yeah, it's the 5. So the 7 car is the yellow coloured car, just about to sweep round out onto the main straight now. There we go. So Ollie Baltink running in second position. Max Mackler up into third. Barberi now up very close between Barberi, Baltink and Mackler. Deshay a little way away out in front. I suspect he sort of breathed a little bit easier when he saw Simon Lauter make that mistake on lap number 1. It's a horrible, horrible sinking feeling when you know that you need that run to count and that early on you make the mistake. Not that it's something that I've ever done. Last Sunday, of course. But anyway, back to the track action. We've got Alex Deshay leading from Federico Barbieri. Max Mackler now running in third position. So Max making a charge, trying to lock himself into the A main. It's taking a little while for it to update as they cross the line. Barbieri running in second position with the 9 car. 2 minutes left. Let's just find the 9 car. He's the orange coloured car just crossing the loop now. Here we go, off down the main straight. This is Federico Barbieri. It's about 0.3 of a second up on Mackler. Just keeping a close eye on all the positions on this, and we'll bring you an update on the overall positions as soon as this round is done. That was pretty close there for Federico. He had definitely a twitch as another car span in front of him on the straight. Deshay running away at the front of this one, some 4 seconds to the good. We already knew he was fast. We already knew he was on TQ. Barberi in second position at the moment, who we are running with. Mackler running in third position in the round. Mackler now back into second position. Slow lap from Barbieri with a 19.0, playing an 18.3 for Max. Slightly slow lap from Deshay as well with a 19.0. So Max 0.7 quicker than some of the cars around him. Mackler dropping down the order, then pops back up into second place. He is about 6/10 up. We've got about 30 seconds left, so we're not going to get a chance to find Max, are we? He's two orange cars. He's the orange car, 2 cars back, actually. Let's see if we can find him. There we go. Just coming out onto Main Straight, this Max Mackler running in second position. Pops back up into second. We've got 15 seconds left, so we'll stick with him to the end. We know Deshay's got this unless anything dramatic happens, but Max currently running in second, heading for, I believe, second in round. Some 3 seconds off, so he's finding pace late on in the weekend is Max, just as he crosses the line. So onto his final lap. Deshay has already got this, but we kind of knew that anyway. That happened at the start of the run when Simon Lauter put the car on its roof. So Mackler does take second, and second in round. Zach Finley up to fourth as well, right at the death. So great result. I think that's confirmed Zach in the A final as well. Let's just see if we can get an update on the overall ranking list, where once that's updated with everybody finished. So that is spec done and all 6 runs complete. We're just checking the ranking list, waiting for that to update. There we go, that has updated. So let's have a look. We have on screen, that's the modified results. We're wanting the stock results. We're wanting the stock results on screen. That's the modified we're seeing. There we go. Alex Deshay on pole position then with 4-round wins. Simon Lauter second. Adam Isay will start third. Philippe Domani in fourth. Federico Barbieri, Ollie Bulting, Max Mackler, Zach Finley does make it in 8th position. Frederick Hovgaard and Luca Ramnioli. Roberto Fabiano, unlucky BQ man. Missed out by a couple of points. So all in. Pretty close actually, looking at the fast times from all of those guys. Bunch of 17-lap runs, all within top 10. Top 9, all within like 5 seconds of one another. Bernardo's asking what speed are the stock cars doing on the straight. They're somewhere around, sort of at the start of the run, 85 to 90k, dropping off to 80s towards the end of the run, sort of high 70s, low 80s, right at the death. Seeing the MR33 pit equipment from Tony Sport, all of the storage bags and everything, ideal for throwing your stuff in a temper come the end of the weekend. Florian Wilhelm leads away from Andy Cooner. Everybody away. Mike Haswell has crossed the line to begin lap 7 of the weekend. See how he goes. Andreas Koutras leading this one away. Andreas looking like he had some pretty good pace in his car. Team X-Ray asking what are the tyre allocations for each class. That's dictated by the organisers, so they're being told when they can run new tyres, second run tyres, etc. So there's no strategies in play there at all for them. In fact, let's see if we can pick up the 9 car of Mike Haswell whilst he is still circulating. He's just coming out onto the main straight now, the yellow-coloured car, about to be caught. There we go. Let's just run a lap with Mike whilst Coutras blasts past him. So Mike keeping out of the way of everybody, doesn't want to be collected by anybody else. So Mike keeping out of the way of everybody. Successfully crosses the line to complete his 8th lap of the weekend. We'll come back to the leader, Andreas Coutras, with the 3 car. That is I think that's the white and pink coloured car. He is just off the end of the bank sweeper now. Coming into shot, there we go. That is Coutras. Our 3 car nearly put his car on his roof. A little rattle over the barrier. Positive Perception cheering on Mike. He's still running. Can hear air horns going on in the background. Positive Perception saying oldest UK club chair now that John Robson has stepped down. Yeah, I think Mike may well be at West London. Quite possibly. Running with Coutras, our leader. Coutras still leading this one from Wilhelm by 1.7 seconds. Into the bank turn, cuts that quite tight on the way in and then sort of drifts a little bit high. Doesn't really cost him. If you watch, see if he does it again this lap. Yeah, you see he goes in quite tight because he's got to go around and navigate his way around those bot dots. Who was that? He's just got out of his way. That was the 1 car of Florian Wilhelm, who he was chasing down. So it was Florian who Andreas was battling for the win. And has got some good speed. Mike Haswell moves in front of Alexander Johansson. 9 laps complete. He's more than doubled his lap count for the weekend in this run. Just keeping out of the way, desperately trying to bring it home. Andreas Coutras we're running with, still leading. Andy Kuhn moves up into 2nd position. Just over 1 minute left. Good run coming together for Coutras. There'll be he's currently predicting the only driver to make it onto an 18-lap run. He should be safe this late on to stay in there. His average is dropping off very slightly, but I think he'll just about hang on for an 18. Or 20 seconds left. Just have a look, still predicting 18 in 3:16 now. Average is a 17.5, so he should just about sneak through at the end of this lap. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. He's just made it. Oh, he's made it by 1.1 seconds. So Coutras on his victory lap, the only driver to make the split for 18 laps. Bringing the car home. So watching us live here on RC Racing TV from Gubbio in Italy for the IFMAR 1/10 Touring Car World Championships. We're bringing you this coverage in conjunction with X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sunpadao, Hobbywing and Tony Sport. I'd like to thank them for helping us to bring you this coverage.
Next up, heat number 2 of the 6 modified heats. So running towards what we believe will be the last track action of the day. Let's just check the time schedule to make sure that nothing has altered. No, we're still showing running up to the end of qualifying in little over half an hour's time, around 35 minutes if we stick to schedule. So around 35-40 minutes track action. Gunnar S saying really nice reporting, my first time looking live here, awesome. So thank you very much, Gunnar. Trying to keep everybody up to speed. Going to hear from one of our sponsors. Just seeing details of the Monaco RC, some of their travel and transport stuff, really good for when you've kind of got to pack a little bit light for international flyaway meetings. Don't necessarily want bulky boxes or anything around everything. You've got a nice padded centre section on the tail there, things like charger screens. Keep them nice and protected and wrapped up tightly and secure. Dimitrios Yanidis leads away from Soren Sparbeer. Soren already putting his car on the grass, can see that, so he's going to drop down the order come the end of the run. We'll stick with Yanidis out in front. Tim Coleman making progress. We know Tim's been fast over the course of the weekend. Let's give it a couple of laps. Very quick opening lap from Yanidis. 17.1 followed by 17.2. So he's edging away from the field. Tim Coleman doing a 17 or a couple of 17.4s. So Yanidis probably wondering quite how he ended up in this heat. He's certainly got some good pace, a good chunk quicker than anybody else. Car flowing nicely around the circuit in Gubbio. It's always difficult when you qualify or when you seed slightly out of position and end up being much, much quicker. I mean, it's nice to be the quickest car in a heat and sort of carve your way through, but you never quite get a feel. He'll probably get a bit of a shock tomorrow when he ends up in a final, certainly if he ends up in a final on a dry track with some quicker cars, and all of a sudden, somewhere where his cars felt absolutely perfect and dialed and nailed, he'll suddenly come to realise, you know what, actually, I've been losing a bit of time through there. I could make my car better, I could have a little bit more rotation, I could do with a bit more corner entry steering and have the car go a little bit tighter. So that's possibly something he'll be looking for, but Yanidis running away at the front of this. Tim Coleman running in second position. Let's see if we can find him. He's a white and blue coloured car. Let's see, I think he's sort of 2 cars back, so he's not the orange car. He is the white and blue coloured car. He's just going on that loop out onto the main straight now. Tim Coleman running in second position in this heat. In fact, Dottavio is the orange car just in front of him, ebbing and flowing between these two for position. So Coleman a little bit optimistic with his entry speed there, but just about managed to pull it down and get back, and you can see he's moved back up into second place from Dottavio. Dimitrios Yanidis still leading this one
Simone D'Ottavio running in second position, just in front of this car that we are running with of Tim Coleman. Tim Coleman trying to chase down D'Ottavio. Slightly slower on the last lap. D'Ottavio starting to stretch the gap now, actually. Let's move forward to him. He's the orange car, so the one car in front. There we go, got him. So D'Ottavio running in second position. The fuchsia pink coloured car, still leading of Rnds. One minute left to run. 1 minute left of qualifying for all of these drivers. No pressure. The whole world watching. A little bit wide there for D'Ottavio. Manages to pull it back. It's quite difficult because on such a wide track like this, it's what you define as a mistake. A mistake isn't something that needs marshalling. You can spend laps and laps and laps chipping away at that 1 second gap from that car that started just in front of you on the split. And then in one corner, a little bit too hot on the entry, run a little bit too deep, and 6-8 laps worth of work, it's just all bled away. It's it can be an absolutely huge time loss without really looking like a mistake to the naked eye. You can just see coming up on some traffic. I don't think it's going to let Coleman back in. No, Coleman's too far back. And, that was, some traffic in front of him. Didn't get called out of the way by the ref. And D'Ottavio getting a little bit impatient. The 4 car of Chun-Yin Lee ending up nosed into the barrier with a breakage right at the end. And, battery out. Right at the end. So, unfortunate there for Chun-Yin Lee. Could have done with being called out the way. Simone D'Ottavio dropping down from second position. We were running with him at the end when he had that tangle, looking fairly comfortable. He had a gap over Tim Coleman. Could have done with that traffic being called out the way to get him through. But we are getting set now for heat number 3 of round number 6. Seeing details of the MR33 detweaking kit there, available from Tony Sport, one of our event sponsors. Coverage also brought to you in conjunction with Hobbywing, Sun Padal, Monaco RC and X-Ray. You're joining us towards the end of qualifying round number 6 here from Gubbio in Italy. We're RC Racing TV and bringing you live coverage of the IFMAR 1/10 Touring Car World Championships. Bruno Coelho already on pole position. got to find out who's starting second and where the rest of them are on the A finalists. Samuel Zimmerman says, yes, I love watching IFMAR racing. At Sushihara saying RC Racing TV best. Thank you, Atsushi. Good to see you watching. Hopefully you're finding the coverage useful as well and able to share with some of our Asian viewers what's going on. Michele Manzo going to lead this one off from Remy Callens, Harley Eldridge, Jonathan Gandin, Matthias Knopp, Benjamin Jabira, Carl Frederick Gressel, Thomas Vigneron, Dai Sakaguchi and Pekko Ivanen. Samuel Zimmerman saying, I watched the Nitro Buggy racing the other week and glad I can watch more. Absolutely. And we've got some drivers taking part in the next heat who were there last week as well. So Manzo leads away with an orange body shell from Callens with an orange body shell. Harley Eldridge with an all-white body shell. Gandin with an all-orange body shell. Orange body, orange paint sails through the roof. We won't be cruel to Zach and ask him to pick up the orange car. He's already got it. This is Michele Manzo we're running with. Michele will be looking to get away at the front of this. Callens, actually, if we can drop back one car to the orange car. So we've gone from the orange car to the orange car. Samuel Zimmerman saying, those are fast. Speeds down the straight. Let's just catch this car that we're following at the moment as he comes down and across the line. Let's have a look. 100.4 kilometres an hour, so 62 and a bit miles an hour. So, yeah, we're seeing some cars over sort of 110. So over 70 miles an hour, 67.5 miles an hour, I think, is 110. So very, very fast. Watching Callens close in on the back of Manzo. Thomas Vigneron up into third position. Mark Bruton-Young saying all the same colour, boring. Yeah, possibly. It's lots of practice shells being thrown out there, and of course everybody does white, so you pick up a colour that isn't white, and then you pull up on the grid and find you got 4 orange cars and only 1 white one. So coming soon, a field full of yellow cars, green cars, etc. Callens up now with Manzo. Not quite caught and passed on the split. Bit of a difficult position for Manzo when you're driving like that, because obviously you don't want to hold another driver up. You wouldn't want to be held up in that position. But equally, you know that if you let someone past, then you've got to pass them again and go away. So you need to be really, really sure. And Manzo seems to have just stabilised that gap and picked up the pace. Rob Firth, we can see your question. We'll come back to you at the end of this run, just keeping an eye on what's going on at the front of this. Manzo now starting to catch some traffic, so Callens will probably close in. They're catching on the 10 car of Sakaguchi. Sakaguchi gets out the way of Manzo. Needs to get out the way of Callens as well. So 0.2 of a second between them. Sakaguchi very, very generous. Jumping out the way. There we go, Rob. There's your answer as to other events. Michele Manzo now back to the front from Remy Callens. Manzo managing to just edge away now over a second. Now they're both on clear track. Let's see if Callens can fight back with 1 minute and 15 seconds to go. Slightly squirrely there, coming out onto rear of that car, just looking a little bit loose. He's got some dirt on the tyres. You can see some nice leery shapes and angles Has he got a body tuck, actually? Is that... Yes, he's got a body tuck at the rear. So coming past some of that traffic, Michele Manzo then has been handed a bit of a lifeline. We can see Remy Callens. That's a difficult position. I mean, there'll be a marshal out. He's driving over the dots. He's trying to free that up. It would cost a second or so to pull over and have a marshal flick that body tuck out. It will probably cost him more than that. But you try telling yourself that when you're driving around. You're desperately just trying to keep that pace moving. With 30 seconds left, he'll have heard that 30 seconds left to drive. He'll be, come on, bring it home. But just sort of still struggling with that body tuck. He'll be just wanting to get it home. And that's the 5 car of Harley. So Harley Eldridge now back past him. So dropping down the field for Remy Callens. At the end. Michele Manzo getting that one in the end then from Harley Eldridge. Remy Callens just about hangs on in third position, but sort of with... Oh, no, Grossel pops up into second place right at the end, so gets that by about 6/10 from Harley.
Those are finishing positions.
Michele Manzo has got that right at the end.
Some of the viewers taking the opportunity to ask double world champion in 2 separate disciplines Atsushi Hara questions that they've always wanted to know, so it's quite interesting. Hello to Hara-san. Good to have you on the stream and watching. I'm going to play in another message from one of our sponsors. Just seeing details of the Officina RC. Some great machining work going on there. We're broaching, thread cutting and parting off. Getting set for heat number 4 of 6. Dominic Queck's going to lead away from Mattis Benettin, Sota Goto, Loic Jasmine, Nicola Moroni, Jin Sawada, Ryusuke Yamamoto, Cyril Ndiaye, Gabriele Baselli and Mate Sulk. Queck leading this one away. Let's follow him for a little bit and we'll see how things settle down. Our
after a couple of laps. Good opening lap from Queck. Loic Jasmine up into second position. So Loic Jasmine running in second position in this heat from Dominic Queck. About 0.6 of a second round. Obviously, Queck having a clear track in front of him. We're running with him at the moment. Let's see if we can find Loic. He's the 2 car. So he is the white and blue coloured car, couple of cars back. We'll pick him up as he comes out. He's just flowing through and about to cross the line now. So he's down the main straight. There we go, that's Loic, the last car through the shot. We've got Loic Jasmine there in view. Is there a difference between open and modified? No, it's 2 different names for the same thing. Carlos Fonseca says finally Nicola Moroni is driving. Yeah, he's been driving all weekend and doing very well too. So Mr. Hot Race providing the control tyres for this event. Couple of minutes to drive. 3 minutes left to run. Dominic Queck still leading this one by about 1.3 seconds from the car that we're running with. We're running with Loic at the moment as he tries to chase down Dominic Queck. We ran with Dominic at the start of the run. Dominic still got clear track in front of him. Loic just trying to edge up. Started about 4 seconds down the field. Just trying to close in. Benton up into second position, actually really, really close, like 0.3 of a second. Covering, well, 0.4 of a second, covering second through fifth. So Loic drops down into third position, but let's just see. He had good pace, strong pace to the end. Zoo Racing RC Performance Bodies, good luck to all drivers. Thanks for the great coverage. Thank you, Zoo Racing. Peter Blazuki, difference is huge, just like between stock and spec. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, open and modified are 2 different names. They're sort of regional dialects for the same thing, but referred to as open class in IFMAR speak. This, of course, an IFMAR meeting that we're bringing you here on RC Racing TV. Like Jasmine, just dropping off the pace a little bit. Oh, he's got himself back up into second now. Just over a minute left. How close is he? Still about 0.8 off of Dominic. Dominic just having to carve his way through some traffic. Loic just popping back up the order as he crosses the line. Down to 0.6 now. So we're with Loic Jasmine on a charge. Patrick saying thanks from his side for the good stream and explanations for beginners and people which are not so deep into RC. That's what we're trying to aim for, Patrick. If anybody has any questions, seeing this for the first time, want to know what's going on, absolutely let us know. We will try and bring you an explanation of what is going on out there. So we've got Loic Jasmine started a few seconds behind, trying to close up. He's about 0.7 back, so I think Dominic Queck, once he cleared that traffic in front of him, sort of managed to stabilise that gap.
Dominic Quick taking that one in the end from Loic Jasmine, who we ran with for the tail end of that race. Mattis Bentin in third position. So building towards the top end of the modified qualifying. We already know Bruno Coelho is on pole position. He's taken all 5 rounds of qualifying so far. Just waiting to find out who's second. Bruno had a fairly comfortable advantage, 5-6 seconds over the course of a run yesterday. Today, not quite so much. We had a rain shower overnight. He's still been quickest, but other drivers are looking like they're moving up to challenge him. Bruno a second and a half away come the end of the run, looking like he's not necessarily any faster. He's just holding on to his pace a little bit better towards the end of the run. So here we go. Alex Hackberg, Hayato Ishioka, Ronald Volker, Michael Orlowski, Nicholas Lee, Kyle Branson, Oliver Havranak, David Ronnefauk, Mattia Kalina and Alessio Mazzio will be up next. Russell asking where is the timetable of the race. You can see that on myrcm.ch. Can see everything that's going on there. Hasn't been any further updates. We're just coming to the end of qualifying, so we've got 2 more runs. Then I don't believe there's anything more scheduled today. I haven't seen a schedule for tomorrow. No. So we've got about 10 minutes more of track action. And then I believe we are done for the day. There's a possibility that there might be a final run tomorrow, but out on the track, we're just going to hear from one of our sponsors. Hackberg leading away from Ishioka. Ronald Volker running in third position. Let's let them complete the first laps. Hackberg from Orlowski, who took the last round from, was who took this heat last time round. Alex still leading this one from Orlowski. Volker. David Ronnefauk pops himself up into third position. Hackberg still leading this one. Heading for a time about 1.2 seconds quicker than Ronald Volker. Let's move our focus back one car to the car of Hayato Ishioka, the pink and black car. This is Hayato's car. Hayato running in 5th place in the heat himself, without anybody having passed him, so just heading around on the split. Without having had a bit of a grassy moment, we can see closing in on the back of Hayato, who we're running with. We've got Ronald Volker, so let's move our focus back one car onto Ronald as he comes around. That's a tight line there from Ronald. Ronald up into 2nd place in the heat. He is currently about 3/10 off of Alex Hackberg's lead. So Ronald charging hard, trying to get himself a good grid position for the finals, lock himself in. So Ronald and Alex not actually even making the top heat. managing to drop themselves in. Volker running in second position. Running with Volker at the moment. Ishioka now moves up into second, back. So what are we, 0.8 of a second between Ronald, who we're running with, and Ishioka. Ronald closing in now on the back of Hayato, chasing him round, trying to get through. Hackberg still leading this one from Ronald. Tension building. We're watching Ronald Volker at the moment, pushing hard, trying to close in on the back of Hayato Ishioka. Started out 1 second behind, trying to close down that 1 second gap. He's currently running inside what we term as being up on the split. Hayato looks to have pulled a little bit of a gap. No, it's less than 1 second though. Alex Hackberg well away out in front. I say well away. He's, 1.2 seconds down the road with 45 seconds to go. So Alex looking pretty comfortable out in the front of this one. .30 seconds left. Gap down to 1 second now. Alex just looking to bring this one home. .1 seconds now. Just ebbing and flowing. Alex just content to bring this one home. Ronald pushing hard, just right up the back of Hayato. Coming up for finishing times. So Alex is going to take this one. Hackberg has got that then from Ronald Volker. Hayato Ishioka in third position. Nicholas Lee in fourth. Shout out to Carl Branson, fifth. Michael Olowski, sixth. Mattia Kalina, seventh. Alessio Mazzio, 8th, Oliver Havranak, 9th, and David Ronnefauk in 10th position. So one qualifying run left for today. We are just checking that the time schedule hasn't further altered. Still only ending with Q6, so we're running a couple of minutes behind schedule, but still pretty good. We should be finishing within sort of 5 minutes of the published schedule. Bruno Coelho, our TQ man, is going to lead this one away from Chrissy Krapp, Jules Groskamp, Akio Sabue, Mark Reinhard, Yannick Prumper, Victor Wilk, Naoto Matsukura, Alessio Menicucci, and Lucas Urban. Can hear from our sponsors. Okay, back to the track action. Just having cars form up on the line.
See what Bruno's done for a body shell this time. There's a couple of white cars out there. I can't see a white and orange car. So Bruno not running race paint. Obviously experimented last time. Bruno leads away with the Juan Can white body shell. See whether Bruno's, I don't want to say lack of pace, but relative to everybody else last time was as a result of the change in body shell. Let's keep a close eye on what he does. Chrissy was able to give him a fairly hard push last time. Let's stick with Bruno, our TQ man and reigning world champion, for a couple of laps. A little bit tail happy there for Bruno. But already stretching away at the front of the field. So a 15.4 best lap for Bruno. Akio currently second fastest lap with a 15.8. So 3.5 tenths faster for Bruno than anybody else has managed. I think it's fairly safe to say that he prefers the single colour white body shell than he does race paint. Just having a look at the rest of the field. Chrissy still running in second. No, Akio up into second position. Chrissy running in third. Mark Reinhard running in fourth position at the moment. Still running with Bruno. Let's move away for a little bit to Akio. Akio is a yellow and blue coloured car. He's just coming off the sweep around the end of the main straight now. Let's just catch him as he comes through.
Okay, so while we're looking for him, just an update. We may have a round of finals after this race, so please stick around. Don't shut off. There will be a team managers meeting immediately after this race. I just spoke with Martin Hootie, and he told me that they will be having a team managers meeting to discuss and vote and decide on whether the teams want to have a round of finals basically today. So hang around after the race, and we will obviously stay on there and let you guys know.
Thank you, Frank. So there we go. There's our answer. Concerned about the possibility of rain tomorrow. So looking to try and at least get a round of finals buried off. Bruno looking to make this 6 from 6. If he can. Chrissy running in second. We're running with Akio at the moment. Running in third position. Really, really close, as you can see, between Akio and Chrissy. Less than half a tenth in it. So Optima 2006, yes, we mean when we say finals, we mean one of the mains, three-legged mains. They might try and get one complete today. Bruno still leading this one. We're running with Akio at the moment, running in third position. Let's see if we can find Chrissy, the number 4 car. Four car is just about to come round across the line now, out onto the main straight by himself. This is Chrissy's car, so he's about 4 seconds down on Bruno. Chrissy chasing hard, really just trying to lock in second position in round. A little bit of a slide there from Chrissy. He's pushing really, really hard, closing in on the back of Yols. .30 seconds left to run. Bruno checked out at the front of this one. But Bruno, we already knew he was TQ. He's just going to confirm it with 6 from 6.
Coming into the last 15 seconds of qualifying here for this IFMAR World Championships here in Gubbio. We've made it further than we did yesterday. We've got last couple of seconds here. So we're just going to get cars crossing the line. The rain has held off. It's getting darker, more and more overcast. Bruno has taken it. Chrissy, I think that's second. We're going to have a bit of a look at the overall at the moment as everybody crosses the line, see where they all pop out and filter out. So that is complete. Let's just wait and get an update. We'll bring you the update on screen as soon as we have confirmation of that and everybody in. Just refreshing the ranking lists. So there we go, that has now updated. So let's bring you that. Bruno Coelho then is our pole position man from Chrissy Krapp. Alexander Hackberg will start in third position. Akio Sabue fourth. Jules Groskamp starts fifth for the A main. Hayato Ishioka will start in sixth position. Yannick Prumper will begin seventh. Ronald Volker eighth. Mark Reinhard in ninth position. Michael Orlowski in 10th with Victor Vilk, BQ Man, Naoto Matsukura, Nicholas Lee and Dominic Queck also towards the front of the B main. So we are now going to go and find out what we can about the possibility of a round of finals stroke mains, insert or delete as applicable, depending on whereabouts you're from, as to what's going to run and whereabouts we're running. So we will be back on air with a bit of an update for you. We'll stay on air, but we're going to go silent on the mic just for a little bit. Just opportunity for us to go and have a very quick break. So we're staying on air, but we'll come back to you with an update as soon as we know what has happened.
So hello everybody. Sorry for the weird photo on the stream, or the weird image on the stream, but we've taken the cameras down because we have a heavy downpour again. The track is completely soaked in water again, and the team manager meeting, as far as we know at the moment, is still scheduled to go on in about 8 minutes. However, it's massively unlikely that we'll actually have a race, any finals for today, but please just hang on, and until we get official word, we won't actually know. So please just hang on. If you can, just leave us on in the background and listen out for the dulcet tones of Mr. James Stewart or myself, Frank McKinney, or Zach Fenning on camera. So just be patient, and as soon as we know, we will let you know. Thanks. Okay, everybody, thank you for sticking around so much. Thank you for your patience and everything. We are finished for the day. They've just come out of the team managers meeting, and we are done for the day. We will be back tomorrow. I think it's 9.
We haven't seen a schedule. Let me just check to see if there's a schedule published.
There's an intention to be a practice round, so that what's published at the moment may not be current.
It would be relatively standard, yeah. There isn't anything published at the moment, but we've been aiming for a start at sort of 9 o'clock. So, yeah, they'll be looking for that. So we'll be sort of back on really as we hear anything.
We're looking at 9 o'clock, but please pay attention to, well, first of all, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Follow the Facebook page so you get the notifications. Subscribe on YouTube and hit the bell so you get a notification. And we'll be back. The intention is for all the A finals to have a triple A finals to determine the world champion, and all of the sub-finals, that is the B finals and below, B, C, D, etc., to have at least 1 final and 2 if there's time. So that is the intention, and there's probably going to be a round of practice in the morning because rain has started up again. I think the track was under probably an inch or 25, 30 mil of water earlier. So it will be very green again tomorrow. So anyway, that's the update, and we will sign off at this point and see you back tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central European Time, or thereabouts. Please pay attention to YouTube and Facebook for that. That's it.
Thank you.
Do want to thank our sponsors, of course. X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sun Padao, Hobbywing, and Tony Sport. I am Frank McKinney. James Stewart has been talking all day, and Zach Fenning has been on the camera all day. So we'll see you back tomorrow. Bye.